Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money.
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God!
That's right.
Hello, Matt.
Shop smart. Shop S-Smart. You got that?
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you are doing it with, however good it feels and however many times you're going to do it, I really don't care. I'm just glad you're doing it here with me, Legal Vices, on my little old channel that we like to call Legal Vices. How is everything going with you? We are just about ready to start the afternoon of day one and the morning of day two with the Alec Baldwin trial. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be watching the afternoon session of day one at 1.25 speed. We're going to skip the breaks, skip over lunch, and as soon as we catch up with that, we're going to start today's session at 1.25 until we catch up with the live. And we'll go through till lunch, and we'll lather, rinse, and repeat, and do it tomorrow. And then we'll have a special little catch-up stream on Wednesday, on the weekend, so that we can start Monday fresh and all caught up. Not a lot to get to here today, just a little bit of house cleaning stuff. As always, we have our Baldwin Big Bang Bullet Bingo card up there. If you go up to the top of chat, there's a pinned message that says Baldwin Big Bang Bullet Bingo. Click on that and click on Generate Card and generate yourself a little bingo card so that you can play along with the bingo. As always, the bingo is designed not to be disrespectful to any of the victims or anyone involved in this, but rather to help you focus, rather keep you on top of your game, make sure you're paying attention. Just a little bit of a game to keep you focused. We did make a couple of changes from yesterday. We swapped out a few things. We added Cold Gun and we added another one. What did we add? Homicide. We added Homicide and Cold Gun. We got rid of Phantom of the Courtroom because there was no fan yesterday. And we got rid of something else and replaced it with Homicide. So there's been a couple of changes. This is a fluid bingo thing. If we need to, we'll change it again tomorrow. But make sure you get up there to click up that link and get your bingo card.
He said bingo.
All right. And also we have our like and subscribe poll up. like, and subscribe. Those are the rules to take the poll, but nobody ever listens to it anyway, because right now we have 107 likes, but already 167 votes. So 60 of you are just downright no good, dirty, cheating things, people, whatever. Get down there and hit that like button and take our like and subscribe poll. Today's like and subscribe poll is about Alec Baldwin. Funny, because this is an Alec Baldwin trial. The like and subscribe poll is: Alec Baldwin will fall asleep, cry, be a model defendant, and solve the grand unified theory. What will he be doing during trial today? Right out of the gate, 44% of you say fall asleep. 26% of you say he'll solve the grand unified theory. 21% of you say he's going to cry, but only 8% of you say so far that he's going to be a model citizen. Just a good old model defendant, minding his own business and behaving properly on the stand. All right, well, we'll check back in an hour or so if I happen to remember. We'll see how that's going. All right, and by the way, again, please do subscribe if you haven't already done so. We are working our way towards 77,600. We need 9 more subscribers. Only 9 more subscribers to get to 77,600, which means there's only 409 more to get to 78,000. Let's get to 78,000. And just make sure if you are subscribed that you really are subscribed and YouTube didn't unilaterally unsubscribe. You just go down there and check and double check. All right, that's all the housekeeping we got to get out of the way. Let's look at, before we start with the,
Did you get a notification,
hearing, let's look at what happened yesterday. We've only had one witness. We're in the middle of the first witness so far. And that is a police officer, rather low energy police officer. I guess that's a nice way of describing him. He's not the most enthusiastic guy. He's sort of like if you gave a turtle a sedative. But he's honest. He answers the questions best he can. Under the direct examination of the big old high-powered New York white collar lawyer guy, under direct examination of the prosecutor. We'll get to the cross examination here in a bit. Under the direct examination of the prosecutor, he said that he received the dispatch call to a shooting on the set, and his priority was to see that whoever is there, whoever needs help, to get help and to stop the threat. And then there was a lot of video of the medical treatment of Helena Hutchins and Joel, and people moving around, people swarming around Alec Baldwin talking up a storm. And one of the important things during this video was someone on audio saying Alec Baldwin was on set. He's the one that pulled the trigger. And another person said he pulled the trigger. Because again, that's part of Baldwin's defense. It just went off. I didn't pull no trigger. It just went off. Well, 2 people, we don't know if those 2 people were in the room, but they did say that he pulled the trigger. Baldwin wasn't supposed to be talking about the incident. The young police officer, I believe he was only on the force for 2 years at this point when the incident happened. He told him not to talk to anybody, but he was doing it anyway. And then on the cross-examination, we've started the cross-examination. We haven't finished the cross-examination. The defense lawyer made a big deal out of the dispatch.
White goo.
The dispatch report.
2-pack.
The dispatch was for an accidental shooting by a prop gun, and it was listed as an accident in the dispatch log.
You can't eat them when you first
and why?
Them. It's like eating volcano fluid.
Why is it happening that
lava? In other words,
he's harping on this witness, saying that it was an accident. He said, "Why are you hiding this? Why are you hiding it was an accident when people report it as an accident?" He said, "Well, it's not his job to determine whether it was an accident or not." He admitted to making some mistakes on the scene. He didn't force the witness to participate. He didn't force the witnesses to stay separate. He just told them to stay separate. And he said he didn't put Alec Baldwin in a cruiser because his cruiser was being actively used as a post for the crime scene. Basically, that was like one of the points where they were wrapping the crime scene tape around. And he did say that Baldwin was detained, and that's as far as we got till they took the lunch break. So we're going to pick this up right after the lunch break at 1.25 speed. As always, we unlock the emotional support potato pig dog cam at the $100 mark, and then at $200 is the shot of Korean whiskey. $300 gets us a double shot of absinthe, and I don't know what happens at $4. So send in all the super chats you want. We will read them. We'll flash them up on screen, read them during the normal breaks in the trial and whatnot. And if you're averse to giving money to YouTube, we've got the Venmo, the PayPal, the Cash App, all that stuff down there in the description, right down there below. So, Jules, this is where we have to disagree. Yes, he definitely should have been charged. Just because it was someone else's job to be in charge of it doesn't mean he's absolved. He's absolved for acting the way he did, for acting with the lack of due caution and circumspection when handling a weapon he knows is potentially deadly. But we'll talk about that later. It's a point of disagreement for many people in this case. All right, let's pull this on up here. We are picking it up, as I said, right after lunch. 1.25 speed, the cross-examination of Officer Lafleur. And we've got closed captions this time, so that's good.
At this time, we would move defense 8 into evidence, which is the 911 dispatch.
Oh, they're bringing the 911 dispatch.
So, witness going to recognize it? Or is it by stipulation? It's by stipulation.
Well, this must be the dispatch log he was talking about.
You can see page 6. You just publish it to the jury.
Yes. States. But defendant 8?
No.
Defendant 8 is admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No.
Okay,
no,
so yeah, this is going to be the dispatch log that he was talking about. And you can be under the desk. You just can't be knocking the camera. Sorry, peeps. Got the ginormal bulldog rocking the camera. Oh, and while we're paused here, Scory has kicked us off with the £2 to the very first super chat of the day for the grift. Well, thank you very, very, very much. That is deeply appreciated. And Caldrack has been a member for 5 months. Had a bad day after my kitchen got flooded. Yeah. But Legal Vices makes everything better. Have an amazing time zone. Yeah, it's 11:13 p.m. here, so hey, cool. Let's do it. Back on with the Baldwin trial. Introducing this log, the dispatch log that's full of everybody saying it was an accident.
Just we were using numbers. We assumed you guys were using letters for exhibits. We filed.
Oh, 8. It's 8.
Okay. Yes, we filed our exhibit list first.
Okay, so you do.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry?
Uh-oh. It seems like he's not up on this is our big shot Harvard Law School graduate guy. Seems he's not up to speed on the local procedures. Now he's looking a little silly because he apparently didn't do something he should have done, or he didn't do it in the right order.
Okay, and is this page? I can't see the page at the bottom. Is this page 6?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you see how it says accident, accident, accident?
Uh-oh.
I can touch it. Oh, accident. Okay. And then I would ask the 911 is exhibits 9 and 10, which is now I and J.
Okay, now
Exhibits
see what
9
he's
and
doing
10.
is he is conflating legal
that was entered
accident
into inflated opening by
with
stipulation, and it has
the
to
way
play
normal people
into
use
them
accident.
and, play exhibits I and J.
And this is by stipulation.
Yes, sir.
I and J, which are again the 911 calls.
Yes.
Why are they 2
It
exhibits?
just splits because of the EMS.
Okay. All right. So upon stipulation, not being corrected otherwise, go ahead.
Thank you. Can we turn the volume up?
You may publish.
This is the 911 location of your emergency. We need an ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've got 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. He said someone was shot. 2 people accidentally with gunshots as on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch. Send it. I'll connect you with medical dispatch. Don't need that. San Jose Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency? Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun.
Sorry.
We need help immediately. Okay.
Well, again, accidentally shooting.
It's fucking
It's
involuntary
liable
for the
asking about
accident.
revisions. This motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my desk and yell at me? He's supposed to check the gun. He's responsible for it. Tell me? No. I'm a strip supervisor. How many people were injured? 2, that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
You heard some language, and then that the first assistant was supposed to check the gun. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anybody on the 911 call mention Alec Baldwin at all?
No.
I asked you before we broke about a prior statement. I asked you if you made a prior statement that we talked about a few times. So I'm just going to approach quickly and refresh your recollection. And this is November 30th, 2023, your pretrial interview, Officer LaFleur. And I'm just going to ask you to read down here.
Your Honor, again, Mr. Spivers is testifying as he's handing it to the witness.
Just identify what the document is and then.
I put a application online.
Again, prosecutors making the defense lawyer look a little bit silly in front of the jury. Don't testify, just hand him the document.
Does that address your recollection, sir? Yeah. So and I'm just going to take this back. It is fair that you said when asked that it came in as like it appeared to be, and what the dispatch said, it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there. That there was no the way he was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, she's mad. She's mad there. He likes to testify. He likes to testify when he's doing things rather than asking questions and eliciting the testimony through the witness. But well, we do on our bingo cam, I guess, now get to mark off a lawyer calls for sidebar. Hey, Law and Crime. Want to give some audio, please?
Was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there. That there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say.
Yes.
You made that statement, correct?
Yes.
If there was intention behind it, it would be murder.
Whether you remember receiving any information as to the ammunition, whether they be proper or otherwise, that was at the scene. If you recall, Jerron Curtin, one of the individuals in the church, giving you information. Do you remember that?
There's a lot of people in the church giving information. Can you identify which one it was?
Sure. I asked you, do you remember whether or not somebody told you that Sarah was shaking and going through the book?
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. This is hearsay coming in. Can we approach?
Yep.
I don't know what to do.
Oh, he's making a mess of this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, big shot Harvard defense guy here is not looking great. And mark off prop gun on your bingo card, by the way. But see, again, this lack of intent is useless. Because if it was intentional, it would be murder, voluntary manslaughter. Perhaps there can be an element of intent to a voluntary manslaughter, but involuntary manslaughter is by definition a lack of intent. So this, whether Alec Baldwin intended to do this or not, is not an issue. Well, I mean, it is, because if he did intend, it'd be murder. So there he's out in the weeds, he's obfuscating, but he's having problems getting questions out without hearsay, without testifying. All right, let's don't make Hilaria mad.
As I was saying, officer, did you learn
That's Hilaria on the bottom.
Whether or not
Alec's wife,
Sarah, was
I think Billy Baldwin was behind them
saying,
too.
I don't know how it got there. Did you learn that information? Do you recall?
He was. I think he's right behind.
I don't remember. If you could refresh my memory to which part, which person said what.
And I'm just going to approach the witness and show him this lapel recording.
I love Billy Baldwin in The Sopranos, man. That was a great part for him.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
It appears it's a recording type out of what my body-worn camera recorded, yes.
Okay. And when you learned this information, did you do anything with that information?
To be honest, it's the first time I've heard it in that detail. Body cameras pick up more audio than our ears do.
Okay. You also testified that the gentleman in the orange jacket came up to you and said, Alec pulled the trigger, or words to that effect. Remember that testimony?
That's what he said, yes.
Yeah, and you know that witness has stated absolutely he did not say pull the trigger, correct?
At that point, I didn't know if he said that or not.
Okay. And then I just want to ask you.
Markov pulled the trigger.
One other thing we talked about this morning was I asked you about your testimony on direct that Mr. Baldwin was effectively disobeying police orders. Do you remember that testimony on direct?
Yes.
And over the lunch break, have you had a chance to reflect on that testimony?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think it's a fair, honestly, sir, a fair characterization to this jury to say that Mr. Baldwin was disobeying police orders at the scene?
He was given an order, but I didn't repeatedly tell him not to. I was on my bad.
And so don't you think that given what actually happened at the scene, that really, in all fairness to Mr. Baldwin, he wasn't really disobeying police orders, was he, sir?
Asked and answered.
To an extent, yes.
Haha.
You were the first officer on scene.
Yes.
And you did your best, no question, right?
Yes.
And you're aware, right, because a lot of this testimony I'm not going to get into, you're aware as you sit here that the issue of Ms. Hutchins passing is not a contested issue by the defense. You know that?
Yes.
And you did sort of corral the witnesses, I think you said, right?
Yes.
And then after you did that, you turned them over, in essence, to the lead detective, Detective Cano.
Yes.
Okay. And he interviewed those witnesses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if he's testifying for the state in this case?
Objection.
I don't know.
Sure.
It's hard to question and non-answer or if you got one.
Do you know how the live bullet got upset?
I do not.
Do you know why the armorer loaded the live bullet into the pop gun?
I do not.
Do you know why the first assistant director, head of safety, failed to detect it?
I do not.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-exam.
Can I be almost excuse you know what? Let me do this. Where is the defense exhibit DX?
That's it.
That was
This is H, yeah.
Okay.
I just have to read it.
that wasn't a very strong cross-examination at all. That was pretty weak.
There are 2 copies.
Yeah, it's gave us extra copies.
Okay.
Let me do something really.
Officer LaFleur, let's back up a little bit, okay?
Yes, this is redirect. Cross just finished. And I'm saying that was a really weak cross.
Did I speak with you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Johnson speak to you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
When was the last time someone from the prosecution spoke to you about the testimony you were going to give today?
I don't believe we've talked about the testimony I was going to give, but just about the pre-trial interview.
So you mentioned a pretrial interview.
Mhm.
So let me ask you, do you recall when your pretrial interview was? Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a copy of the transcript?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
May I?
The dude has just committed the error of asking
Let me
questions
know.
he doesn't know the answer to, or opening doors to things he might want to keep closed.
Officer, when was your pretrial interview?
In May.
And do you recall who was there?
Somebody from the defense and somebody from the state.
Someone from the defense.
Yeah. There's a female.
Okay, so just to be clear, at your pretrial interview, it wasn't the state just speaking to you. The defense attorneys were there also, right?
Yes.
Oh,
And they got to ask you almost all the questions, isn't that right?
Yes, if I can recall, the state didn't have anything to ask.
So the prosecutors didn't ask you a single question.
Not that I can remember, no.
Do you agree with the defense attorney's assertion this morning that somehow you were coached to give your testimony?
I would object to that characterization, but he did.
Can you rephrase that
He's
question?
objecting to the word assertion, I believe, so why don't you rephrase it?
Did Mr. Spyro indicate to you on cross-examination did he attempt to imply that the prosecution had told you how to testify?
Essentially, it sounded like you asked if I was coached in the
Yeah.
testimony.
But the prosecutors haven't actually told you what to testify to, have they?
No, ma'am.
Yes, Daryl
You
Smith,
were
you are
asked
correct.
several questions on cross-examination about the statement that you made that it didn't seem like Mr. Baldwin intended to commit the act. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you know what the crime that Mr. Baldwin is charged with?
I believe involuntary manslaughter.
Is involuntary manslaughter an intentional homicide?
No, ma'am. Not to my recollection of the Metro State statute.
Exactly. And mark off
Go,
homicide
Matt,
on your card.
buddy.
And live ammunition on set.
Are there criminal offenses that are intentional homicides?
Yes.
But that's not what Mr. Baldwin's charged with, right?
No.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Defense lawyer, you stepped in it big time. You just got
Officer
your ass
LaFleur,
handed
when
to
you
you.
are speaking
John
to a
Cola.
witness, when you
What up,
were
buddy?
in fact speaking to witnesses at the scene, you collected their driver's licenses, didn't you?
Yes.
And what do you
Right.
do when you collect the
Are
driver's
we
license?
boring you, Mr.
Do you
Baldwin?
run it through a system?
I put it in our computer system, run it by driver's license and state. It's easier than name and date of birth.
Is Defendant's Exhibit H, does that contain information about their driver's licenses?
Yes. It appeared that it was a page that showed each person's license being inputted and the return that came back from RACC or NCIC.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you what is page 3 of that. What do we call it? Is it a CAD report?
Yes.
So let me back up for a moment. What does CAD stand for? Do you remember?
Cop doesn't even know what CAD stands for.
I don't know the exact exactly what it stands for, no, but it's a reporting system that we use to dispatches us through. And
So this is this
Okay.
a dispatch log?
yes,
Uh-oh. She's using the document that the defense entered into exhibit, so it must be good.
Sorry, I know that's getting smaller and smaller, but I'm not sure what to do.
Do you want to have more?
Do you see, no, it's not quite there yet. At the top of the page, do you see number 16? And there's a 16 and then there's a parentheses.
yes.
What does it say?
Posted speed limit and actual.
What does posted speed limit and actual have to do with this incident?
I'm not too sure. It looks like the individual who ran it, their name, I don't know who that is.
Well, that's okay. Does this have anything to do with the incident involving Ms. Hutchins?
No,
So I'm going to take you down here to number 5, parentheses. What does that say?
it says non-commercial class, code D.
What is that person talking about? Does it have anything to do with the shooting of Ms. Hutchins?
No, that's the return that came back for a driver's license, it appears.
That's the return that came back for a driver's license? Is that what you said?
That's what it appears like, yes.
Okay, so this list is all of the
Let's go down
911
to number
calls, not
10.
just the
Do you
911
see that?
calls that came
Yes.
in related to
that
the
say?
shooting.
Accident quantity,
Keep reading.
3 withdrawal. Looks like it's going to try to say withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No,
And Luke, I want you to look down here at number 21. Do you see that?
yes,
What does that say?
of alcohol or drugs.
That you're aware of? Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No,
Let's jump down to number 26. 6. What does that say?
Objection, relevance cumulative.
Go ahead, sir.
Says
Okay.
drinking and driving at 0.0.
The objection cumulative means she's made her point. Please make her stop. She's just dogpiling now. But that was overruled because he was the one that made mention of multiple accidents. It said accident all over here. It said accident here, accident there, implying that all of these were calls relating to this, and they all said it was an accident. Well, now it turns out that apparently none of the calls were about this, and none of, well, except for like maybe the one or two that came in, but all of the accidents appear to be other accidents that are being reported that are completely unrelated to this, and he's going to get his ass served to him.
Did you read it all?
Yeah, per se, I think that's what it's saying at the beginning. Dash drinking and driving at 0.0. I think the next line is the blood alcohol content, BAC.
Were you dispatched to a DWI?
No.
Let's have a look at
Oh, no.
page 5. Do you see up here number 23?
23's got off on my screen.
Oops.
Yeah, no, these would specifically be other accidents
of alcohol or
not
drugs.
on set.
Was this an incident that was related to alcohol or drugs?
Not that I'm aware.
Let's jump down here, if you would, to number 10. Do you see that?
It says accidental quantity 0 and then withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Why are we seeing that language?
It's what the NCIC return gives our CAD. As you can see, it's all within the same 1/10 of a second. So it's generated by the computer system itself.
So I've now turned the page to page 6. Do you see 10 there where it says 10 parentheses?
Accidental quantity 0 withdrawal.
Is the word accident reflective of Ms. Hutchins being shot on accident?
No.
Is the word accident in that report? Does it appear anywhere where it's talking about what happened to Ms. Hutchins?
No, right here, it's just a bunch of returns.
Thank you for your time, sir. I don't have anything further.
Oh my gosh, that was
This witness is excused. Next witness.
all right. That was pretty brutal. That was just kicking a defense lawyer when he's down.
What happened to Ms. Hutchins?
She went through and said, okay, all these times where it says accident in the report, it had nothing to do with this accident. That was the 911 dispatch log for the entire day, apparently. Oh, that doesn't look good, especially on the heels of being admonished by the judge a few times over objections. But before we get on to the next witness, Jason Gilman Jr., member for 19 months, hell of a time to be able to catch a live stream for the first time in a while. We're glad to have you here, Jason Gilmore Jr., OG member for 19 months. And Dina has just taken the place as the Vice Racks of the day so far with the $10 super chat. Make her stop fussing with her glasses. Great job. Jeff brings in strawberry. Okay, this is the thing. Now, lest people think I'm being only critical of one side. She does have a very brash nature to her. She's brash in her delivery. She needs to get bifocals or contact lenses or LASIK or something, because the constant glasses on, glasses off, CSI Miami, David Caruso thing does get a little bit old. And that might be off-putting to some, just the classic on, classic off. And the brash nature, she's very confrontational, even in her direct questions. But it's a stylistic thing, I think, that she's developed as a defense lawyer. But many of you are mentioning it. Michelia says, I don't like this attorney. She would put me off if I were on the jury. And Ms. K. Grift, why does she keep talking like that? It's pushing my buttons. She's being very sarcastic in her delivery, basically saying the defense they're incompetent and don't know what they're doing, and they're misleading us. Oh yeah, and you don't see any of that in there, do you? There's nothing about that in there, is there? Or where does it say this? She's being theatrically sarcastic, which may be off-putting to some. I like it personally. No other on the set accidents. These are specifically about accidents that have nothing to do with the set. The defense wanted to make it sound like it was all about this shooting accident, but none of them are. These are accidents involving DUIs and other things. Yeah, so there are no other. There's only 2 other accidents on the set, and they were both discharges. Oh, there was 3 because there was also an explosive that discharged. Those are the ones we're looking for. And our bingo card through the first witness is lawyer calls for sidebar, prop gun, pulled the trigger, homicide, and live ammunition on set. That's what we've got on our bingo card so far. Download your bingo card or generate your bingo card from the link at the top of the chat. All right, let's see who our next witness is.
The state calls.
We would now move to page 14 of that.
Who?
Come over here.
This Legal Vices guy is broadcasting from.
Hey, judge calls for sidebar. Markov judge calls for sidebar. That's good. We haven't had one of those for a while. Ooh, I just need cock the hammer, and I've got a bingo already. Who will be the first witness after Officer LeFleur? Here he comes.
Mr. Judge, raise your right hand, please.
You swear affirm under penalty of law.
Sorry, Major.
Sorry. You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benavides. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, my name's Timoteo Benavides.
And sir, on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office as a lieutenant.
And are you still employed with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
I am not.
And why not?
I retired doing 20 years of law enforcement for Santa Fe County.
And what was your rank when you retired?
Lieutenant.
And on October 21st, 2021, were you working?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties that day?
That day I was a day shift commander, which entails taking care of Santa Fe County during the day and 7 deputies we had.
How large is Santa Fe County?
It's pretty big. It goes from the city limits of Espanola to all the way to I-40 down in Edgewood and to Pecos and then to the off-ramp to Cochiti.
You said you were commander that day. What does that mean? What duties did that entail?
I'm pretty much in charge of the county on what happens and responsible for the deputies that are working.
On that day at approximately 1:48, did you receive a dispatch to a call?
Yes, I did.
And what was that call for service about?
The call of service was on a movie set for an accidental shooting.
Okay. And where was that located?
It was located at the Bonanza Creek Movie Ranch.
Okay. And is that in Santa Fe County?
It is in Santa Fe County.
Okay. In New Mexico?
In the state of New Mexico, yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
I was dispatched about 1:50. I didn't arrive till almost I think it was like 2:20.
Okay. Why did it take you a while to arrive?
I was pretty much on the other side of the county when the dispatch call came in.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what you observed?
When I arrived, there was a security guard at the gate, and he told us that he was gonna drive us into the movie set where the incident happened.
Were other deputies already there when you arrived?
Deputy LeFleur was already on scene from what I heard over the radio, and I had at the time Corporal Alderete was in front of me, literally in front of me when we got there.
Were there other first responders present when you arrived on scene?
Yes, there was. There was already medics on scene when I arrived.
Were you wearing your police uniform?
I was in full uniform, displaying my badge of office at the time.
And were you equipped with a lapel camera?
Yes, I was.
Are you familiar, or were you familiar with how your lapel camera works?
Yes.
And how does it work?
As soon as I activated my lights and siren goes off right away, and it starts recording from as soon as I activated my lights and sirens.
And how long does your lapel camera record?
It records until I stop it or until it runs out of battery.
And how does your video that's captured on your lapel camera uploaded? How's it preserved? Do you know?
Yes, at the time it's uploaded. So classy with his as deputies, we don't have no control how it's. We show up to the sheriff's office and it downloads automatically from our. I take off my lapel, I put it in a docking station in my unit, and everything downloads into the sheriff's office room servers.
I wonder how
On
he
October
says
21st,
cucumber.
2021, did your lapel camera capture what you observed when you arrived on scene at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it did.
And what did you do with your lapel camera after you left the scene?
When I completed my duties on that scene, I put it in my docking station, which is also a charger, and I proceeded to the sheriff's office so it could download.
Now, have you viewed your lapel camera video since October 21st, 2021?
Yes, I have.
And in fact, did you view a portion of it this morning before you testified?
Yes, I did.
And did I show you State's Exhibit number 5 earlier this morning?
Yes, you did.
And what was that?
It was pretty much the beginning from when I activated my lights and sirens to the end.
What was it, the entire thing to the end, or was it part of it?
It was part of it. It was not the entire thing because I did stop it several times to talk to commanders and deputies, and then I reactivated.
And how long is your entire lapel camera video?
I arrived on scene about 2:20, and I didn't leave till almost 8:30 that night.
So State's Exhibit 1 is just a portion of your lapel camera?
That is correct.
Excuse me, video?
Yes.
Okay. After you viewed it, did you notice if it's been modified or changed in any way?
It has not.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move into evidence State's Exhibit number 5.
No objection.
Thank you.
Sorry, Major. What's going on? They said that they.
Let me pause it there. Is that your lapel camera video, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to forward it. How long does it take you to drive? How long are we going to watch you driving?
It's about 20 minutes.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit here to about 17 minutes, or excuse me, 15 minutes.
Hey, Flux, welcome to the party.
Steady on route 2, Bonanza Creek.
Hey, I got one shot in the chest, one shot in the chest, and one shot in the chest, and another shot in the stomach. So you have 2 victims up there? 2 victims.
Are you still driving?
I am still driving, yes.
Now, I fast forwarded to 15 minutes and 59 seconds. Have you arrived on scene yet?
Yes, I could see the makeshift church right in front of me. We're going to secure the film and all the crew members.
Why did you say you're going to secure the film and all the crew members?
Pretty much common sense. I'm not on scene yet, but I'm trying to picture everything that was going on, and maybe the film caught it. I don't know.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, when you're pulling up to this church, what does it look like? How many people are you actually seeing?
So this scene was probably the biggest scene I've been to. There was people everywhere. I had medics running in and out. From what I saw from the back of the church, there was medics going to their vehicles, grabbing items, and there was just people everywhere. As in people, I mean, I couldn't distinguish who it was. It was actors. It was film personnel. Bystander, I didn't know, but there was a lot of people there.
Do you know if if those people were people who worked on the set?
Yes, you could distinguish them. They had a lot of sunblock on, a lot of hats, big hats for the sun. So that's pretty much how I noticed that. Okay. Cool. Thanks. I have like 200 people out here, so. Alrighty. Let's see if. Yes, I already called for them. All right.
What's happening at this, excuse me, at this point?
So as soon as I walked into the makeshift church, Deputy LaFleur started to let me know what was happening and what was going on with the victims.
How would you describe this scene as soon as you walked into the church?
The medics were doing a wonderful job. They had separated each other and they were working on the victims.
How many victims did you have?
I saw 2 on the ground.
Corporal, I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene.
Yeah. Why did you say this was a crime scene?
Because we had 2 victims, Helena and Joel, fighting for their life on the ground. And it wasn't natural. This is a movie set. And it was now a crime scene. We have to figure out what happened.
So what directives are you giving the other deputies?
So I'm letting them know to fight.
That just cut another leg out from underneath the defense, who made a big deal in his opening about how this was never treated like a crime scene. The police never thought it was a crime scene. They didn't do anything except for the first witness says, yeah, we put crime scene tape around it. But putting crime scene tape around it doesn't mean it's a crime scene. Well, now we have the officer in charge yelling, everybody stop what you're doing. This is a crime scene. There you go. And that's what we said yesterday. You just treat every scene like a crime scene until it's not. Again, just that one sentence took a big chunk out of the defense's standing. And, you know, it's unfortunate because the defense doesn't really have a lot to go with.
I let Corporal that
Wow.
to have whoever's in charge, have everybody stop what they're doing because there was no more filming. If they were, I did not know. And so we could try to control what we could.
Everybody stops what they're doing, and I need the field secured by whoever's in charge of it.
Did you ask for anything else when you were out there speaking with those people?
Yes, I asked who was in charge to help me out. And then I asked Corporal Dereto to start taking pictures.
Did you ask for anything else?
Not that I recall.
Not them, the other people.
I need pictures right away.
Why did you ask for pictures?
I have my lapel on, which captures a lot, but the pictures would capture detailed that's on the floor that you can't really tell from my lapel.
And you just said that you asked for the props guy. Why did you ask for the props guy?
I work security for in the sheriff's office at movie sets. The props guy is the guy that does the little stuff with sound effects or whatever. But I asked for the props guy because I needed to find out where the gun was.
Why was it important to find out where the gun was?
Because I didn't need the gun going off or getting used again on somebody else.
Okay. And did you find the gun?
I had somebody. Yes, I did find the gun.
Where did you find the gun?
Hannah Gutierrez had the gun walking out of the movie set.
And who did you understand Hannah Gutierrez to be?
She was the armorer.
Yes, they're taking care of business. What else do you need there, Chief? It's just here. Where is it?
Where are you going at this point?
I'm being directed by a gentleman, I assume who is a person in charge, to look for the gun.
And did you find it?
I did not find it there.
There's one there. There's one there. There's none of them. Okay. I need to know where it is.
What is it that you are pointing at with this gentleman here?
There was guns laid in the open on the cart, on this gray cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits number 7 and number 8. May I approach, Your Honor?
And while she's doing that, Vince Clortho's a new member again. Welcome to being a new
Yes,
member
Your Honor. I
again,
would
Vince
move into the 7
Clortho.
and 8, but I'll publish it in a second. I'm going to finish the video. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Where are you going now?
Trying to look for the armor.
You're in charge, ma'am? I need to know where the guns are right now.
Armor, I need to know where the guns are at. No idea right there.
How do I know this is a gun?
That's the gun.
Okay.
Who is that?
That is Hannah Gutierrez.
And who is she?
She's the armor on set.
And did you obtain anything from her?
Yes, I did. I obtained a revolver she was carrying.
Mark Gutierrez, read
And what
off
did you
your bingo
understand that
card.
revolver to be?
To be the revolver that
Hey, Oklahoma.
shot the projectile into these two victims.
May I have a
No,
minute,
it's
Your
by
Honor,
myself
to bring up
today. My
Exhibit
assistant
6?
is gone again. She's being a translator. We had fired one of our translators at one of the job sites. Good to see you, Johnny.
All right, now's your chance. Be able to click the link in the chat. They're right at the top and download your bingo card. On the next break, we'll update you on what to mark off on the bingo card so you can
States
play
Exhibit
along.
6 is going to be handed to you, Mr.
Oh,
Benavides.
this is the gun. We get to see the actual weapon itself here.
It is Thorsday.
God, remember the defense guy from the last
it up.
trial that he was like waving the
If you
damn
could
gun
just put
around
on your
everywhere.
words and just open it and let us know if you recognize what's in States Exhibit 6.
The judge got all
It was
up
done on
in his
purpose.
shit because he was pointing the gun at the
Welcome
prosecutor and at the judge and the bailiff, flagging everybody in the courtroom. We get to see if the retired police officer, who was the
2021,
officer in
wasn't it?
charge at the time, is a little better with his gun discipline
I don't remember.
than the expert was for the defense in the Hannah Gutierrez trial. Yeah, he just kept pointing it at everyone until the judge basically said, "You're not going to be testifying as a witness if you do that shit again." Oh, he made Binger look like
October
look like the
21st,
NRA
2021.
president. I mean, geez.
Ms. Johnson, make note of where you
We need to fix this. The audio is not in sync.
Yeah, basically someone who would be answering the door.
Are the Gorilla
Right in the
Grips
console,
still
dude.
installed on the handle? Oh no.
And
For those of you that don't know, during the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial, we learned the unfortunate reality when they were asked about her cell phone. When she bought her cell phone, and you put in your name, you name the cell phone. She named her own cell phone Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. Yeah, that was her own identifier on her own phone. I hope Alec I hope he just like Alec is what he named his phone, and there's nothing equally weird. But perhaps we could we could have Officer Benvenidez here give Hilaria a little Hispanic, Latino, Spanish accent training here. Well, maybe they can make good use of the break time, so she can learn how to pronounce cucumber. Oh shoot! I had to remind you because he reminded me. What are you hyperventilating for, Strawberry? Got a hyperventilating dog over here. All right, hey, you know what? We can skip through this. I forgot. I forgot. This is yesterday.
That from the witness. Misstating the video.
All right, here we go.
correct me if I'm misstating, the video does not have the time of day on it, so they're going to elicit that from the witness, okay?
Do you recall approximately what time it was when you actually arrived on scene?
It was 2:20, 2:30.
Do you have a specific recollection of the time or not?
I do not.
Would reviewing the CAD refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendants and admitted DX8T. For the record, I think it's now H. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a dispatch log.
If you could review it and let us know if your memory is refreshed after you review it, and I'll take that document back from you.
He looks kind of like Ruben Blades, like a younger Ruben Blades.
You remember refreshed?
Yes.
All right, if I can make that one. What time did you arrive on scene?
2:20.
All right, and would your lapel camera video be at 2:20, start like at 2:20 when you arrive on scene?
It started when I first activated my lights and sirens, so when I was dispatched at 1:49.
Right, but when you arrive on scene, would it be 2:20 in the afternoon?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, so even though we can't see the actual time on your lapel cam, is this your lapel cam?
Yes, it is.
And would this accurately reflect what you are seeing around 2:20 or so in the afternoon?
Yes, it is.
Real justice. Not sure what that even means.
How do I know this is a gun?
That's the gun.
And so you had testified
trying to be
earlier that
sarcastic
this
either.
woman with the multicolored hair was the armor and she gave you the gun.
Yes.
If you could look at State's
SJW,
Exhibit
did
6
you guys
and
see her
I'll
trial?
ask you if you recognize what's in the box.
Okay.
And while he's doing that, while he's opening that, Tank Rat has just gifted 20 Legal Vices memberships. If you got one of Tank Rat's 20 gifted Legal Vices memberships, make sure you
Do you
give
recognize
Tank Rat a
State's Exhibit
super
6?
special thanks.
Yes, I do.
Thank
What
you
is
so
it?
much, brother.
It is the gun that Hannah Gutierrez, the armor, handed to me.
Now, what did you do with this gun once she handed it to you?
Wow.
I took custody of it from her, and I walked it over to the passenger side of my unit, my marked sheriff's
unit.
What did you do with it once you walked over to the marked sheriff's unit?
I put it in the front seat, and I locked it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit
Good to go.
13.
No objection.
And while he's showing that, because of Tank Rat, we have reached that part of the show that we like to call
Turn off for action.
Okay, so 7, and I thought you had 7 and 8. That you were
7
gonna-
and 8, yes, sir. Haven't published yet.
Okay, but, okay, those were admitted, now you're doing 13.
13.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's on the screen there, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a gun that's in front of me, and this is the gun that the armor Hannah Gutierrez handed me.
You testified that you put it in the front seat of your patrol vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Why did you put it there?
Yeah,
It was the most
I've
secure
been
spot
popping in and
that I had
out.
control over.
It's crazy.
Okay. And what did you do to ensure that this gun was secured?
The fraud troll community was
I
losing their
locked the
minds
front,
yesterday.
I locked my unit, and nobody entered it except for me because I'm the only one with the
An
key.
idiot.
Where
No,
was
she-
State's Exhibit number
actually,
13
every point she
taken?
brought up
Where was this
legit.
gun when this photo was taken?
From the passenger side of my unit.
Why did you not stick it in an evidence bag?
It was so fluid, and the scene was so active. I put it there. It was secure there. That's where it stayed.
Did you do anything with this gun? Open it, open the cylinder, or anything at all once you received it from Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, as soon as I got to my unit, I opened up the cylinder and I made it safe for myself and whoever else was going to handle it.
And when you say you made it safe, what do you mean by that?
I opened up the cylinder on this wheel gun and I ran the wheel to make sure there was no rounds in it.
And were there any rounds in it?
There was no rounds in it.
Did you do anything else to the gun?
I did not.
To your knowledge, did anybody else have access to this gun once you put it in your patrol vehicle?
No.
So what is the next thing you did after you secured the gun?
Thank
in
you
your
for
patrol
not
car?
saying when you put the gun in your unit.
What I remember is I was talking to the armor, Hannah.
Chopper.
I put her in back of my unit, and I told her she wasn't under arrest.
Right, well, Chopper doesn't
I
want to give me
kept
his
the door
address,
open,
so I'm not going to mail the hat to
because the
him.
detective needed to speak to her.
Let me see who's next on the list.
Now, did anybody have access to the front part of your patrol car?
They did not.
While this gun was in your possession, did you do anything, or to your knowledge, did anybody else touch it or do anything to it?
No.
Does Exhibit 13 accurately reflect the condition of the gun when it was handed to you?
Yes, it is.
Did you secure any other items of evidence?
I did. I secured 2 boxes of ammunition.
And where did you find those?
They were on a gray cart, which Hannah directed me to, that they were on a gray cart that were used for this gun.
All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 7, which has already been admitted.
And I'm going to see if we can bump this to
Thank you.
1.5.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it is the gray cart that Hannah directed that the ammunition was on.
And where was that cart when you were directed to it?
My first lapel video, where that gentleman directed me, walked me over, and he said none of these guns were used. This was the cart.
There's the cart. Mark off cart.
And where was this photo taken? Where was the cart when this photo was taken?
It looks like it was taken in front of my unit, in front of my in-car camera.
Okay. So was that cart moved from where you initially saw it to in front of your car?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Hannah had, she directed that the ammunition was there. So there was a gentleman that officer services, because I was dealing with Hannah, and I watched him bring the cart from where it was to me.
Does State's Exhibit 7 accurately represent the cart in the condition that you saw it when you first were directed to it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, real quick. I put it up to 1.5 speed. Let me know, put a 1 if it's okay, put a 2 if it's too fast. We're going to do a quick poll here and see if we need to bump it back down to 1.25. I'd like to get through to 1.5, but if we have to pump it back, we will. So okay for a 1. If we need to slow it down again, put a 2.
And why did you move it to the front of your patrol car?
It was evidence. Hannah said that ammunition was on it, used in the
420, 69. All right, everybody's cool with it.
Is there
Cool.
another reason why you moved it to the front of your patrol car?
Keep an eye on it to make sure nothing was taken, nothing was put in.
Was anything capturing what would happen if anybody got close to this cart?
To where it is right now, they would have captured from my in-car camera.
So do you have a dash camera?
Yes, dash camera, yes.
So was the dash camera running and filming this cart as it's sitting there in front of your patrol car?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did anybody come over to this cart and remove any items?
No, not when it was sitting there, no.
Why not collect the items instead of moving, or why not collect the items before you moved it?
I'm in a patrol car. I'm not in a van or anything that would fit the whole cart in a hole to secure it.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted. May I publish, Your Honor? Is that a close-up of the cart?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at? What was on the cart? What did you observe?
Everything is on the cart.
Gun belts, a gun, various other items.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. Council Johnson.
No objection.
Very bad.
Baldwin's looking a little
Your Honor, move
smirky.
into evidence State's Exhibit 9. Yes. May I publish? Do you recognize that? It's State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a wheel gun.
Is there anything else that you see there?
There's car keys, there's loose ammunition.
And is this on the cart that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And again, what did you do to preserve this evidence?
Like I said, I kept it in front of my unit for my dash cam to capture if it got tampered with.
Now, was there a perimeter established on this scene?
Yes, we did. We did a perimeter of yellow crime scene tape, and we tried to preserve everything that was in the church and everything that was out as a film.
Is that what we saw, the yellow tape around the cart?
Yes, it is.
And to your knowledge, were people allowed into the area that was enclosed or encased by that yellow tape?
People were not, unless you were a deputy.
And who came and collected this evidence? Do you know?
I believe our crime scene tech, Marissa Popple.
You testified that you observed some rounds. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10.
Man, this is just wild. All this shit just sitting out on the carts
I
and
believe
laying
that was
around
Exhibit 10.
everywhere.
Do you recognize those 2 rounds that we see there?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
they were on the cart.
Did you touch them in any way or remove them from the cart?
I did not.
Now, you told us you also seized some boxes of ammunition.
Yes, I did.
And where did you take those from?
I took those physically from the cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 and 12.
No objection.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibits 11 and 12. What are we seeing here on State's Exhibit 11?
That is the front driver's seat of my marked sheriff's unit, and there are 2 white boxes on my seat.
And where did you get those boxes from?
I physically took them from the cart, from the gray cart.
Why did you take those from the gray cart?
Those were the 2 boxes that Hannah Gutierrez, the armor, told me that were used.
Did you see what was inside those boxes?
I assume there were bullets.
Why remove just those boxes and not the other stuff on the cart?
The armor, Hannah, she pointed those out, and those were the gun. Those were the ammunition used for the gun.
Jesus Christ.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 12. Your Honor, move into evidence State's Exhibit 12 and ask to publish. Yes. What is State's Exhibit 12, Mr. Benavides?
They are a close-up of the 2 white boxes.
And what kind of rounds are those?
Those rounds say 45 long Colt dummies.
Markov dummy rounds.
Did you then turn these over to someone else, these boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
And who did you turn them over to?
The crime scene tech, Marissa Popple.
Let's go back to your lapel cam. You had testified earlier that you had placed Ms. Gutierrez in your vehicle. What happened to Ms. Gutierrez after we were seeing her here at 20 minutes and 8 seconds?
From this point, I took custody of the gun, and we walked over to my marked sheriff unit.
I'm sorry, let me pause it there. This was the wrong.
Yeah, looked like he was walking over to the unit.
Sorry, Major. What's going on?
Doc Ock rounds.
Other than just waiting on Electroprime, that's about it right now.
What are you being directed to at this point?
I don't remember. I couldn't really hear her.
Okay, let's go back.
Love it when people.
And I apologize. It looks like the audio is a little behind the video. What were you referring to when you said, where are they at?
She was telling me about the rounds.
And where are you headed at this point at 20 minutes and 16 seconds?
That is my unit that I'm looking at right in front of me.
Ew.
Phrasing.
Unindoctrinate. It's unindoctrinated and then Mad R are the next 2. I like Chopper to stay where he wants it to go.
Is that when you secure the gun in your vehicle?
That is the front of my unit on the passenger side. Yes, it is.
Look at her. She's in charge of the weapons at a movie scene.
What is happening right now?
There was a helicopter just landed. Hannah's there on my right-hand side, and I'm watching the guy on the cart.
Okay. Is somebody bringing the cart to you at this point?
Yes, it was a gentleman. I didn't get his name, or I don't remember his name. That was bringing the cart.
Your Honor, did you want us to approach?
Okay,
What's happening right here?
Hannah, as you can see, she's upset, and she's showing me where the rounds are that were used.
And was it the same rounds that you put in your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Just relax. Relax, okay? Take deep breaths and relax. Can someone get water for her?
What other involvement did you have in this investigation, Mr. Benavides?
That's all the involvement was, just trying to control the scene and taking care of Hannah and taking care of the evidence.
How long were you out there at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
I didn't leave until about 8:30 that night, so about 6 hours.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
All right. Looks like that's going to be the end of direct examination. We've got our little sidebar here going, and while that's going on, Tank Rat 2 is in. It said gifted 20 Legal Vices memberships. That is so generous. Thank you so very, very much. And he also said, lol, my alt account has been a member for 9 months, lol. But his main account has been a member for almost 2 years. OG Tank Rat in the house tonight. Thank you so much. And you are, with those 20 gifted Legal Vices memberships, the vice racks of the day so far. If somebody throws down more than $100, they usurp you. Where was the spent bullet, Ms. Jackson NC asks. The prop master, Sarah, threw them in the garbage.
Do you know where the gun was from the time of the shooting of Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza to the time that it was
it's not the
given
end
to
of
Ms. Gutierrez?
I do not.
Doesn't know where the gun
And do you know who handled that gun from the time of after the shooting to the time that it was given to you?
I do not, other than Hannah handed it to me.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay, maybe this is the end. So where was the spent bullet? Like I said, the prop master, Sarah, admitted a month later that she threw it in the, she threw all the other rounds in the garbage. All right, and before the defense lawyer takes up here, one last thing here. Catherine Dittmar says, I'm torn. He did not follow safety procedures, but there should not have been any live rounds. Yeah, and Dave Hall and Hannah Gutierrez Reed were both found, well, Dave Hall took a plea agreement as he was guilty, and Hannah was found guilty due in part to there being live rounds on the set. Just because there's live rounds on the set, just because someone else doesn't do their job, doesn't mean that he can't be held liable for his own personal actions. There can be more than one person guilty of criminal negligence or involuntary manslaughter or any other crime arising from the same incident. It's just, they're responsible for what they do in their sphere. So there can be many, many people guilty, criminally guilty for what happened on set. Well, I said we would review the bingo card here before we got started. Okay, for those of you that have your bingo card downloaded and maybe a little bit behind, or if you want to download or generate your bingo card now, which is pinned to the top of the chat.
Fuck this way.
Let's look over here. It is, where's my bingo card? Here it is. What we have marked off so far: Gutierrez Reed. Lawyer calls for sidebar. Dummy round. Prop gun. Bullet cart. Pulled the trigger. Live ammunition on set. Homicide. And judge calls for sidebar. Those are the bingo card spaces we filled in so far. All right, let's hear the cross-examination of Officer Timoteo Benvenides.
Yeah, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. You know, when you get to the scene, you can hear yourself yelling in the lapel, "Where's the prop person?" Right?
Correct.
And when you get to the card that we looked at, I think it's State's Exhibit 7, and if we could publish that when we can in a moment. The fair is sort of, yes. And you don't know whether anybody moved anything before you got there, right?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't see Sarah Zachary, the prop master, there, correct?
No, I don't know who that is.
And so when you first get to the prop card, you eventually sort of leave it and go back to going to deal with other things, right?
Well, the gentleman that was there, he told me that the gun wasn't there. There was a lot of guns on that. There was a couple of guns on that cart, but he told me, I have to take him for his word because I wasn't there. He told me that the gun used in the church was not there.
Right, but there was, and you anticipated, there were other guns on that.
That is correct.
Okay, and you left those firearms and you left them there. You went to do what you did next, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you know, in a typical homicide scene, right, you probably wouldn't be walking away from all sorts of
not a homicide,
you know, firearms, but this was a movie set, right?
That is correct.
And an empty prop gun without live ammunition isn't going to hurt anybody, there.
I do not know, but
Mischaracterizes the evidence.
I mean, other than if you drop the empty gun on your toe or something, an empty gun, a completely empty gun, isn't going to hurt anybody, right?
Complete. Yeah, of course.
Okay, he's a New York guy. We're going to have to slow him down. He's talking like a New York lawyer. We'll bump it down. Oh, that's 1.75. We'll bring him down to 1.25.
All right, so I think you fixed it. Sustained, you fixed it.
And then you go back to the armorer, and she hands you the firearm, right?
Yes, they direct me to the armorer because I didn't know who the armorer was, and they directed me to her. And I asked her, "Is this the gun?" And she said yes.
And I can see you're wearing gloves as you're taking out the exhibit today. Right? You've got purple gloves on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't think you have to keep them on, by the way, if you want to.
I didn't know if you wanted to see the gun or not.
Okay. I don't have to see it right. But the reason I'm asking this is, and I don't think you talked about this in direct, but the day you took the gun, you weren't wearing gloves, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And but you were sort of careful when you took it, and you sort of you took it without touching the trigger. So if somebody wanted to swab the trigger for DNA, they still could. Fair?
The way I handled it was trying to be as safe as possible because I didn't have a holster for it. So I was trying to hold it so I didn't pull the trigger because I didn't know if it was empty or loaded or not.
And because you handled it that way, also somebody could have swapped the trigger for DNA, right?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever swapped the trigger for DNA?
I have no idea.
So there was a question posed to you about, the prop gun when you got it was empty, fair?
Yes, when I cleared it at my unit, it was empty.
But you don't know what happened exactly to the ammo that was in it at the time of the incident, right?
No, I do not.
And somebody told you that Dave, the first assistant director, head of safety, had the rounds, right?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
He's asking him.
Just a question. Do you know that?
I don't know who Dave is. I don't remember any of their names to this day, other than the victims.
Well, do you remember somebody telling you that the rounds were back in the car?
I believe Hannah was talking to somebody, and they directed it to that they were on the cart.
And was that a male?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you don't know as you sit here today whether that was Dave Hall's head of safety at the set?
Yeah, I don't remember. No,
okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to refresh you in a moment on that, but while I'm doing that, I'm just going to move on for a second, which is the next time you see the cart, right? It's being brought to you in a different location, right? The cart gets moved.
Yes, from the first time I saw it, where that gentleman directed me to it, and he said that the gun used wasn't there until the gentleman brought it to me. Yes.
And you said that ideally that's not how it would have gone down, right?
No, not at all. But I was trying to improvise as much as I could.
Okay. There were eventually, when you get the prop cart back, the sort of third viewing of the prop cart, there was ammunition on top of the cart, fair?
Yes, and that's what I saw when I first saw it.
And you saw it again when the cart came back, right?
Correct.
And at one point, you actually sort of reached down and touched some of the ammunition, true?
I believe I picked them up and put them down. I didn't know if they were live. I didn't know anything. So.
And another civilian came over and picked one up and showed you one was this and one was that, right?
Yeah, he explained real quick, which it didn't register too much to me, but he was trying to instruct me what to look for.
Witness, I assume no objection to States 26. Okay. If I could offer States 26, or should I make it into this?
Yeah, we have no objection to admitting our exhibit, so thank you.
Great. So I'll admit States 26.
States 22?
26, Your Honor.
All right. Tell me the colors.
Do you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, I do.
And if you look sort of in the middle section, the 2 and 2, the 2 and the 2.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell which ones are dummies and lives? By looking at them?
I do not.
Mark off live round.
You can take that down. Where was the backup? You're talking about a lot in direct about how, this happens and that happens. And I'm just sort of curious, where was backup?
Backup is in.
That's important, reinforcement, sir. So you didn't have to try to manage all of it.
So that day I had 7 deputies, including myself, on duty here in Santa Fe County. I had Deputy LaFleur was a swing shift deputy, so he was coming into work. I believe he lives somewhere in Albuquerque, and he was coming into work when the call came in. And it was myself and the corporal who were available at the time. So there was only 3 of us, and the rest were northern part of the county and the eastern part of the county and the southern part of the county.
And you called backups with the state police, right?
I did.
And they, that request for backup was denied by supervisors, correct?
As if I remember correctly, yes. Or they didn't have, I don't remember if they said they didn't have enough, or they didn't have availability, or the supervisor just said no.
Didn't the supervisor say that they believed this would likely be unfounded and was probably an accident?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Oh my Lord.
That's not in evidence.
No.
This is a proper question, obviously, because I'm asking why the backup didn't.
No.
He knows that.
Yeah, approach. That was the most hearsay of all hearsay questions, but oh, come on. Dude, oh, that was bad. All right. Nana Misty is gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you got one of Nana Misty's 5 Legal Vices memberships, make sure you give Nana Misty and what looks like a very large happy cat a super special thanks. And we've been asked, does I didn't pull the trigger count as pulled the trigger? Yup. Mark off pulled the trigger on your bingo card, people. I need like Cock the Hammer and other onset accidents to get bingo. Kind of close to a couple of bingos here. Oh, I keep forgetting. We're watching. We can skip through this.
Thank you.
When I say strike, that means disregard. We're going to strike that question and answer,
Yep.
and he can.
Strike the question and answer. The judge just told the defense lawyer, yeah, that ain't good.
Rephrase. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
When I say strike, that means disregard the question and the answer. Thank you.
You called for the state police and they didn't come, right?
Yes.
Oh, they're going to come.
And that would have been your supervisor's call, not yours, correct?
My supervisor? No.
I'm asking.
No.
Whether or not that request went to the state?
No.
That wouldn't have been your supervisor's call?
That wouldn't have been my supervisor's call, no.
Did you make that call direct?
I asked dispatch to talk to state police to see if they could send people to help me with the scene.
Okay. The perimeter that you talked about did not include the prop truck, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know what any of that was. I was just trying to take care of what happened in the church.
Right. So, but just so that that's clear for the members of the jury, you later learned that that cart that we're looking at rolls up and goes into a prop truck that housed the rest of the firearms and ammunition.
Objection, speculation.
If he knows.
If he knows.
I did not know that. I did not.
No, I know you're saying you didn't know that then. I'm saying you did become aware later that there was a prop truck, right?
Objection, hearsay, and speculation.
I think that's the answer. Didn't you just ask that question?
I can just move on to another if he doesn't know. It's fair to say law enforcement wanted to find the origin of the bullet that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
My personal involvement was just taking care of the evidence, and I don't know what happened after that.
Well, you collected those white boxes, right? Those
Yes.
2 white generic boxes, didn't you?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so I mean, you wanted to, as I think you just found direct, find the source of the ammunition, correct?
Yes, whatever Hannah directed me to, yes.
And you wanted to talk to Hannah about this, correct?
I kept her for the detectives, yes.
She said, "Oh my God, fuck, I'm so sorry."
I did hear that on my lapel, yes.
Okay. Everyone's been yelling at her.
I did hear that in my lapel.
And you placed her in a police car, right?
In the back of my patrol car, yes.
Right. Nobody placed Mr. Baldwin in a police car, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Correct.
Now, when you're at the scene talking to witnesses, which you can hear yourself doing on that lapel, you're letting witnesses give you information. Fair?
Yes.
You're not, trying to put words in their mouth, right?
No.
You're not cutting them off, right?
I probably did some of them, but I tried to listen to them, yes.
Well, you're trying to look at the facts and circumstances and trying to figure out whether or not a crime occurred or whether this was an accident. Fair?
All I was trying to do was preserve the evidence for the detectives. That's all I was trying to do.
And you understood that the detectives were trying to rule out that it was a crime, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. He can ask if he understood that or not.
Oh, he went to law school. He went to Harvard Law.
That they were trying to figure out and rule out if this was a crime.
Well, that's our main function, is to see if there was a crime committed or not.
So you agree with me, right?
That's our main function as law enforcement, yes.
Okay. You don't know how the light bullet got on the movie set?
I do not.
You don't know why the armor loaded into the prop gun. She didn't tell you that.
No, I do not.
And you don't know why the first AD failed to detect it?
The what?
The first assistant director, that guy Dave.
Oh, I do not. I don't.
Okay. And you still work for the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office?
Do I still work? No, I'm retired.
You've retired. Okay. I have nothing further to this witness at this time.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Wow, that was odd.
It's like the defense is not trying to put up a real defense.
What am I trying to say here? With respect to the defense lawyer, he honestly, and you give him some credit where credit is due, he doesn't have a lot to work with here. He's doing, I think, his best with what he has available, and it ain't a lot. It's for those of you that are on the pro Baldwin side. It's pretty cut and dried, really. It is from a legal perspective. Emotionally, I get it. He didn't load the gun, but you don't have to load the gun to be held criminally liable for voluntary manslaughter, the improper use of a firearm. It is what it is. But the defense does not have a lot to work with, so it's the spaghetti defense. They're just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, thank you.
All right, redirect away.
Mr. Benavides, you were shown State's Exhibit 26 on cross-examination. Do you know where those rounds that we see on 26 came from?
I do not.
You testified on cross-examination that this cart was disorderly, I believe is what you said. It was a mess?
Yeah, it was a mess.
Was that cart in a place where it was visible to everybody who worked on that set?
Objection. Also speculation.
What was, if I'll rephrase, Your Honor, was it in a visible place?
Objection. Vague. Unclear.
What did you describe where you saw it?
I believe it was next to a
Oh,
tent,
look at that smug,
and there was
smarmy
people
son
all
of a
around.
bitch. Look at, all right. I don't normally do this, but look at that. Look at that. He got 2 objections sustained. She ordered it. Now he's like, yeah. I don't know who he's looking at. He's like, yeah, I got one. I finally got one. Look at that smug look on defense lawyer's face. Come on, dude. You can't do that in court. He's like, look at me. I showed her. I got 2 objections on her. Okay, I didn't like that. And so you've got him looking like he just won the lottery or some shit because he did that. And Alex looks like he's about to fall asleep here. Maybe I'm right. Fall asleep is one of the options on the like and subscribe poll. But watch his smarmy little face when he gets these 2 objections in.
You testified on cross-examination that this cart was disorderly, I believe is what you said. It was a mess?
Yeah, it was a mess.
Was that cart in a place where it was visible to everybody who worked on that set?
Objection. Also speculation.
What was, if I'll rephrase, Your Honor, was it in a visible place?
Objection. Vague. Unclear.
What did you describe where you saw it?
I believe it was next to a tent, and there was people all around it.
Now, you were asked a question about leaving the cart, this prop cart, unattended. Did you leave it unattended where anybody would come and be able to remove and take things off it?
When I took custody, when I saw the gentleman bringing it in front of my unit, it stayed right there, and nobody messed with it. No.
Now, of the, let me show you State's Exhibit number 7.
I did a law talkie guy.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 9. Did you have any reason to believe that was a fake gun?
It was a movie set. I did not know if it was fake or real.
How about State's Exhibit number 6 that you have in front of you? When you took that into custody, did you have any reason to believe that that was not a real gun?
No.
Did you have any involvement in this prop truck that you were asked about?
No, at the time I didn't know anything about a prop truck.
Why did you place Ms. Gutierrez in the back of your police car?
She was the main person that was handling the firearm. And common sense told me that detectives wanted to speak to her.
Were you asked about where to place Mr.
Common
Baldwin?
sense is not common.
No, I believe Deputy LaFleur asked me, but there was so many witnesses on his side. I just told him to keep him separated from everybody and everybody from each other as much as possible.
Now, is the reason he was not placed in a police car because he wasn't a suspect?
At the time, I don't remember if somebody told. At the time, I don't remember if somebody told me he was handling the gun. I don't remember. So no.
So he wasn't placed in a police car just because there were other reasons?
Yeah, don't make the
I would
objection
say
before
so.
the question's finished, dude.
Now, Mr. Spyro asked you, you didn't place Mr. Baldwin in a police car, but you placed Hannah. Is it because Mr. Baldwin was different from Hannah, or was it other reasons?
It was other reasons. Like I said, Deputy LaFleur had a lot of people on his side of the movie set. So keeping one person in a police car, you got to watch them, and then you got to watch everybody else. So he was able to watch everybody all at once.
I have a moment.
Okay, so Baldwin wasn't put in the car because LaFleur needed to look at him and everybody else, apparently. That's what he's saying.
All right, we're going to take our bathroom break. We'll be back at 3:15. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We are in recess.
We're not in recess. We're plowing through here. And looks like we've got about an hour and 20 minutes of yesterday left. So at 1.5-ish, yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there soon. Then we'll start today, which is live now at 1.25 speed or 1.5 speed until we catch up. But they're just coming back from their comfort break. She's just, I like the judge. She's like, it's a piss break. You know, we're going to call it what it is. And Siobhan says, you're watching from such interesting places. We do have a very, very global audience here, especially in this time slot. It's people all over the world because it's kind of daytime everywhere, except for like the very eastern side of Australia. That's where they're pretty much sleepy, or you know, like Vanuatu or someplace in the middle of the night. But thank you so much, Siobhan, for the comment. What about you? Are you listening from Ireland, or do you just have a wonderful Irish name? And Nana Misty with a new member. She gifted 5 memberships before she became a member herself. How awesome is Nana Misty? So thank you very much, Nana Misty, for joining the Clean and Sober crew as the newest member. All right, let's get on with whoever is going to be put on the witness stand next. I don't know who it is. Oh, and by the way, if you saw this yesterday, please don't put any spoilers in chat. We haven't seen it. And by we, I mean me. Shelley Duvall. Shelley Duvall? What? Shelley Duvall. Oh, Shelley Duvall died? No! Really? Dang. She had like some serious mental illness problems for so many years, and she was just kind of getting right. Ah, dang.
Lujan, do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right.
Oh, man. Yeah, she did. I'm kind of bummed by that. Shelley Duvall had some roles in Hollywood. Probably most famous as Jack Nicholson's wife in The Shining. Oh man, she was married to Ringo Starr and Paul Simon, and man, that's too bad because like she was in Annie Hall and Popeye, and gosh, so many good movies. Dang it. Because she struggled with mental illness for so many years and was just starting to kind of get things taken care of. But yeah, rest in peace, Shelley Duvall, a incredibly underrated Hollywood actress.
Good afternoon, Deputy Lujan. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Lieutenant Sheriff's Office.
Would you pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, sir? Thank you.
Deputy Joseph who? Deputy Joseph what?
Good afternoon, Deputy Lujan. Would you please introduce yourself to the
Deputy
members of the jury?
Wuhan.
Deputy Joseph Lujan, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
Would you pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, sir? Thank you.
I'm sure it wasn't Wuhan, but that's what I heard.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 10 years now.
And what are your duties?
I'm currently assigned to the Court Services Division.
And how long have you been assigned to the Court Services Division?
About 10 months now, I believe.
And prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was on the Patrol Division.
And what does a patrol division do?
She was not radar from
calls
MASH.
throughout the county. Anything from DWI, crash investigations, criminal investigations.
Oh, he is. Okay.
Were you on duty on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall what you were assigned to do that day?
Just normal patrol duties.
And were you involved in the investigation into a shooting that occurred at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it was.
And what role did you play in that
Lujan. Okay.
investigation?
Thank you, Wilco.
Deputy or Sheriff's Office personnel had already been dispatched to the scene at the movie set. Lieutenant Benavides advised that one of the persons shot was being transported to the hospital and requested a deputy respond to the hospital as well.
Which hospital?
The St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
Okay. And was that deputy you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched or went to the hospital?
It was a little bit after 2 o'clock.
And once you arrived at the hospital, where did you go? And why did you go to the emergency room?
We had been notified, or I had been notified through dispatch that the ambulance was transporting that subject to the emergency room.
And so once you were in the ER, did you go into a room or did you wait in the lobby? What did you do?
I arrived at one of the trauma rooms that's there at the hospital.
What did you observe when you walked into the trauma room?
A gentleman sitting on or laying on like a gurney hospital bed type thing in the upright position, approximately half-inch hole to, I believe it was the right side of his shoulder.
Do you remember his name?
Yes, it was Mr. Joel Souza.
And what did you do next?
I briefly made contact with Mr. Souza in an attempt to collect preliminary facts surrounding what had occurred.
Okay. And we're not going to talk about what Mr. Souza told you, but after you spoke with Mr. Souza, what did you do?
I observed medical doctors administer some sort of medication to him, and then they retrieved a projectile from his shoulder.
Okay. Were you watching this as it was taking place?
Yes, it was.
So did you watch doctors retrieve the projectile from his shoulder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened to that projectile once it was taken out of Mr. Souza's shoulder?
It was placed into a plastic container. It was handed to me, and I kept possession of it.
And where did you take it?
It was in my possession until Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office investigators arrived, at which point I transferred it, gave it to them.
Do you recall who you gave it to?
Yes, Miss Marissa Paul. I can't pronounce her.
Paul?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is she?
She is an evidence tech, crime scene tech with the Sheriff's Office.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. May I approach you? Yeah.
Objection.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 14?
I'm
ma'am.
crime
What is it?
audio.
That was the projectile that was retrieved by medical staff at the hospital out of Mr. Joel Souza.
Does Exhibit 14 appear to be in the same condition it was in when it was given to you by doctors?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence, State's Exhibit 14. Yes, thank you. So after you provided this to the crime scene technician, did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
Other than just writing a report, no, is it?
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Right. His entire job was to get the bullet from Souza's shoulder and take it to the evidence
Good afternoon,
holding
sir.
place.
You were the first member of law enforcement to meet with Mr. Souza, the director of the film, afterwards, right?
I believe so at the hospital, yes, sir.
Right. And I think you told the prosecutor you briefly made contact with him to get some preliminary facts.
Yes, sir.
And he was willing to speak to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And he never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, did he?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Not hearsay. Never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I don't think that, no, I'm going to overrule.
He never, in describing the preliminary facts to you, ever mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct? Correct. No further questions, please.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused.
All right, that was pretty basic. He went to the hospital. He watched them pull the bullet out of Sousa's shoulder. He put it in a plastic. They put it in a plastic container, gave it to him. He passed it along the chain of custody, and he didn't mention. No, he didn't get slapped down here. He got slapped down pretty hard a couple times ago, but like for the last witness particularly. But no, here he was allowed to ask the question. Didn't mention Alec Baldwin. I don't know if I was him, if I'd be mentioning Alec Baldwin, if I was a little worried and busy watching people dig bullets out of my shoulder. But Nana Misty with a $5 super chat. I know this is off topic, but John Crook was put in jail this morning in Otter Creek. Well, that's it. If you're following the What the Hales saga, that's a pretty big deal. We've got so many things to catch up on when this trial is finished. We've got huge developments in the Laura Owens, Clayton Eckerd case. Apparently, we have some big developments here now in the What the Hales case, and we've got some other cases that I need to talk about. So once this trial gets over, we got a lot of stuff to cover. And thank you so much, Nana, for the heads up on that. I'll have to listen to Jeremy tomorrow. I'm sure he'll be talking about it. Thank you so much. That's big news. Yeah, they are. Or it was just an accident, one of the two. But it's not on video. The actual shooting is not on video. All right, do we need to do a bingo card update? Let's do a bingo card update between witnesses here. We've got bingo card update real quick here. Then we're going to continue on. Gutierrez Reed. Lawyer calls for sidebar. Dummy round. Prop gun. Bullet cart. Pulled the trigger. Live round. Live ammunition on set, homicide, judge calls for sidebar, and dog cam. That's what we've got on the bingo card so far.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record. Marissa Popple. Would you spell your last name? Poppell. How are you currently
I
employed?
remember her.
I'm a crime scene technician with Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that position?
3 years.
Prior to being the crime scene technician for Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, were you a crime scene technician elsewhere?
Yes.
Well, where was that?
I recall her being
with
a
the Fort
good
Myers
witness
Police Department in
from
Fort Myers,
Hannah's
Florida.
And how long did you do crime scene technician work in Florida?
4 years.
And can you briefly describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a crime scene technician does?
Yes, and as a crime scene technician, I respond to all sorts of different scenes, whether they're death investigations, burglaries, robberies, whenever there's an abundance of evidence or an abundance of documentation that's needed. I take photographs of the scenes, of the evidence, I collect the evidence, and then I package it at our office.
And do you ever send any of the evidence that you collect somewhere else for additional testing?
Yes.
Tell us, where would you send things, and give us an idea.
Sometimes things are sent to our local state lab here in Santa Fe. Sometimes
Whoa,
they are
she
sent
glitched.
to private labs, or sometimes they're sent to the FBI if they're working with us.
Why would you send things to any of those places?
So our state lab is local, so backyard, so that they can help us with more common day items. For independent labs, if we have something that needs done within a very quick time frame, we'll utilize them, but they require us to pay for the testing ourselves. Or if the FBI is assisting with us, sometimes they can do additional testing that maybe our local lab wouldn't be able to do.
I want you to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what kind of testing you are requesting when you send items out.
Yes, this could be latent print analysis, DNA analysis, firearms testing, things of that nature.
And Ms. Popple, how did you become involved in this case?
I was asked to respond to a scene of a shooting along with my criminal investigations division. That would be the detectives and myself responding to a scene on October 21st of 2021.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And when you arrived on scene, kind of walk us through what you were tasked with doing.
The first thing I was asked to do was photograph the initial scene and what was going on around me, essentially.
And can you give us an idea of, so you indicated that you were asked to photograph the initial scene. Is that common?
Yes.
And generally speaking, after you photograph the initial scene, do you photograph other things?
Yes.
And what do you photograph?
So any items of evidence would be photographed on scene, and then additional photographs are needed laid out at our office in a secure area and re-photographed.
And did you take photographs of items of evidence at the scene?
Yes.
Okay,
Did
this,
you also
this
take
is going to be
photographs
the
of some of the
exciting
same
part of the
items
trial that
that
we call
Yes.
introducing photographs
If there
into
are
evidence.
areas of detail that would be difficult to photograph on scene, we can do so at the office in controlled lighting conditions, areas where we could move the objects in order to see different parts of it a little easier.
Did you, I don't want to get too much into the details right now, but did you also participate in the execution of search warrants?
Yes.
And why do you, as the crime scene technician, participate in the execution of search warrants?
Part of my duties when we're executing a search warrant is I'm not only documenting all of the evidence on scene, but I'm also collecting all of that evidence, and that evidence stays in my custody.
Other than collecting evidence at the scene itself, did you collect evidence in other places pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Go ahead and explain to the jury the different places that you went to before we get into it.
I was asked to collect evidence at the initial scene at the church. I was then later asked to collect evidence out of a prop truck that was nearby, and then at an even later date asked to assist with a search warrant at an office in Albuquerque.
Can I have the Elmo? Let's maybe start that way.
Elmo on
And
set.
the office in Albuquerque that you were asked to participate in a search of, what office was that?
That was a PDQ warehouse.
And do you know now what PDQ is?
Yes, it's a prop supply company.
And that's in Albuquerque?
Yes.
Did you search and take your photographs at PDQ in Albuquerque on the same day as this incident?
No.
On the 21st of October?
No.
Do you recall approximately when you did the search warrant at PDQ?
November 30th.
And the search warrant that was executed on that prop truck, do you recall when you participated in that?
October 27th.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 7. Let's see if I need to adjust. Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And why did you take that photograph?
This photograph is of the prop truck that was at our initial scene.
Did you say, is this a truck?
I apologize, a prop cart.
Do you know what a prop cart is used for on the movie set?
My understanding was that it was a cart that had some props on it.
That's a very
Do you know
good
whether or not
understanding.
those props included real guns?
I do not.
Still today, you don't know?
The firearms that are visible on this, one is a plastic gun and the other is a firearm that has a blocked cylinder. So it's not a loadable gun. So they're not usable firearms.
Understood. Can you, if you recall, did you collect real firearms from the set of Rust?
Yes.
How many real firearms did you collect from the set of Rust?
There was one firearm that was taken on the initial scene.
But when you continued your searching, when you indicated you searched the prop truck, is that right?
Yes.
So let me back up. The initial real firearm that you took, where was it when you first saw it? And do we have number 6? What happened to the item of evidence? He's got it.
Okay, yeah, don't lose the evidence, please. We don't want to lose the evidence. That would be really bad.
Ms. Popple, this is State's Exhibit 6, and it has previously been admitted into evidence. So if you would open it. Do you recognize that?
Yes. FedEx box.
What is that?
This is the firearm that was taken out of Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
And what did you do with it?
I photographed this item. It was photographed in more detail.
And then what did you do with it?
It was submitted to the FBI for analysis.
And why did you submit to the FBI for analysis? What kind of analysis?
I believe that we were requesting DNA, latent prints, and firearms testing on it.
DNA, you said latent prints?
Yes.
For those folks that aren't involved in law enforcement, what does latent prints mean?
So your fingerprints leave behind oils and waters on surfaces, which are then referred to as latent, meaning invisible. So we have your fingers leaving behind invisible fingerprints.
And what was the other
Hi,
analysis
Kitty
that-
Kate
that
Hoffman.
you asked
Welcome.
the
We
FBI?
love new
The
people
firearms
here.
function test.
And why would you ask the FBI to perform
Settle
the
in and
firearms
enjoy the
function
ride.
test?
We're happy
We wanted to make sure
have
that the
you.
firearm was
Everybody
in proper
give
working
Kitty
order.
Kate Hoffman a super awesome warm welcome.
From the time that you collected that from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit to the time that it was sent to the FBI, where was it kept?
It was first secured in my office and then submitted into our evidence vault.
And when you say vault, does that mean that it's secure?
Yes.
And how long was it kept in the vault before it was sent to the FBI, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly. I would say it was within that week that it was sent out.
And when we send items of evidence to the FBI, how do you do that? Do you just throw them in a box and put them in the mail?
No, a formal request was made to the FBI lab, and then they had a agent respond and take custody of the items.
Who's that agent?
I believe that was Agent Cortez.
So does Agent Cortez come to the sheriff's department and take the items?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point,
After he
do you
was
get the
searching
its
for the
back?
Fountain
Yes.
of Youth.
And do you recall
That
when
was
you got these
Ponce
items
de
back?
Leon. Never
I
mind.
do not.
Cortez massacred everybody in Central America.
Were they away from the sheriff's department and at the FBI for a considerable amount of time?
Yes.
And I apologize, I have been corrected. I thought that State's Exhibit 6 had already been admitted into evidence, but I've been notified that it hasn't been, so I would like to move it into evidence.
I'm sure it has been admitted into evidence. It is,
She didn't move it.
no, she didn't. It's 57813. Yeah. You did not move it in.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and move it into evidence at this time.
You may publish.
When you
It's a weird layout in this courtroom.
this firearm to the FBI, did it appear intact?
Yes.
At some point, did you receive it back from the FBI?
Yes.
Had its condition changed?
Yes.
Describe it just generally, when you opened the box, what had changed about its condition?
The cylinder of the firearm had been removed and placed separately, and there appears to be an internal component that was bagged in a small plastic bag separate from the firearm.
Okay, and may I approach? I just want to, I haven't actually seen what's in the box.
Yes.
I think that maybe what I'd like to do is have it moved to the Elmo. Is there, can I move it, or does someone else have to do that?
Put the gun in the Elmo. All right, while you do that. The Elmo is the overhead projector, not the Sesame Street character.
Right there, so that the jury can see what we've been looking at and talking about. The condition bag that it was in when you received it back from the FBI.
Yes.
I see that there's a little plastic bag. Can you tell us what's in that plastic bag?
So there are 3 small metal broken pieces in the plastic bag.
But in those broken pieces, was the firearm in generally the same condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. And does this stay at the courthouse overnight?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you can locked over there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you, sir. I want to go back to State's Exhibit 7 if we can. This cart,
Elmo says,
did you go through the items that were on it?
Yes.
And did you photograph them?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an idea of what's on that cart? Because it's kind of hard to see everything.
There were multiple boxes of ammunition on the bottom section of the cart, bags, the fake firearms, gun belts with ammunition, earplugs, candy, a fanny pack with ammunition inside, a multitude of items.
Did that part, did those items appear
Multitude
to
of
be
items.
in any discernible order?
No.
Was there loose ammunition on the cart?
Yes.
And did you collect that?
Yes.
And when you collected that ammunition, did you take it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And what did you do with it when you got it back there?
It was then laid out and photographed.
Now, is this the first time that you've been called to an investigation on a movie set?
Yes.
And have you learned, based on your work on this case, what a dummy round is?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dummy round is?
A dummy round is essentially ammunition that is not designed to fire a projectile. It is ammunition that's made distinct by either a hole being drilled through the side of it, so it's obvious that there's no gunpowder inside. The primer has been removed so that it can't be fired, so it makes it obvious that it's a dummy round.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. I want you to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean when you say primer.
The primer is the base of the round. So it's the small circle that the firing pin hits. So since that's removed, there's nothing there for the firing pin to hit and project that projectile. The dummy rounds are also indicated by, if you shake them, they make a rattle sound. Instead of having gunpowder inside, they have ball bearings inside so that you can shake them and know that they're not live ammunition.
So you just kind of went through some of the distinguishing characteristics of dummy rounds. Would a dummy round have all three of those distinguishing characteristics?
I have just dropped a
No,
dummy
it
round
could have
on my floor.
2 out of the 3, but I haven't run into any that have had all 3.
So approximately how many dummy rounds did you end up taking into evidence?
Specifically, that were dummy rounds, I think we
This
have.
is what a dummy
50.
round with the primer
I might be
missing
mistaken about. I
looks
apologize.
like.
I'm not sure the exact number of
Just
dummy rounds that we have.
looks like your regular bullet,
and
but the primer is
let me
missing.
just ask you this. You talked about how a round may have a ball bearing in it. Is that right?
Correct.
Would that dummy round that has the ball bearing in it, would that also have a hole in the side?
No.
Okay, so do the dummy rounds either have a hole in the side or a ball bearing?
Correct.
Yes.
And based on your work on this case, how would someone know that the dummy round with the ball bearing in it is actually inert?
They would shake it and it would make a rattle noise.
Be inert. The world needs more inert.
Did many of the dummy rounds that you took to the sheriff's department make those noises?
Yes.
Did you also collect any other kind of ammunition from the movie set? Any other types?
Yes.
What other types of ammunition?
It's a type of ammunition that's referred to as a blank.
Mark off blank round
And-
on your bingo card, people.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what a blank is?
So a blank is a round of ammunition that has gunpowder in it. However, it does not have a projectile
Oosh.
head on the top. So it has a
Oosh.
crimped end, kind of like you would see a dumpling have crimps. And that way, there's nothing for that gunpowder to project out the
But we
barrel.
did call her Philip Seymour Hoffman in the Gutierrez trial. Excuse me while I recover the dummy round. I'll be back. It's on the floor somewhere.
When you collected all of this ammunition, you took it back to the sheriff's department.
Yes.
And at some point, did you examine closely all of the ammunition?
Yes.
And did you develop any suspicions?
Yes.
What suspicions did you develop?
There were several rounds that, when shaken, did not make the rattle noise, and they all had a silver in color primer at the end instead of a brass colored primer.
And did the primer appear to be intact?
Yes.
And did those have a hole in the side?
No.
You indicated that you had some suspicions about them. What was your suspicion?
My suspicion was that they were live rounds.
And what did you do with those live rounds, or suspected live rounds, rather?
They were sent to the FBI for testing to see if they were live rounds or not.
So you didn't take them apart there at the sheriff's department?
No, I did not.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a casing is, or a spent casing?
Once a live round is used in a firearm, the casing is what was encasing that round. So in a regular firearm is what would be ejected out of it, out the side. In a case of a revolver, it's what's left in the cylinder. So the projectile has come out of the firearm, and the casing is what's left behind.
Did you collect any spent
Not to be
casings
confused with
from
Left
the scene?
Behind, a series of Christian movies
How many did you
starring
collect from
Kirk
the initial
Cameron.
scene?
1.
I'm going to show you what has been, I believe, previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 10. Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Let me make it, there we go. And can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, this is a close-up image of the top of the cart. There was a spent casing on top of the cart, which is what we see up top
I
here. where it
guarantee
has
there
no
is a
projectile
blank
head,
round on your
the end.
card.
And then there was another round next to it.
Let me move this. As you sit here today, do you recall whether that round was the one that we're looking at that appears intact? Was that a dummy round or a live round?
That was a dummy round.
Okay. So in addition to collecting this ammunition, did you also collect other
know,
items of
right?
evidence?
Yes.
Did you collect any gun belts?
Yes.
And let me also ask you, and let me show you, if I have it here, let me show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what are we looking at there?
These were 2 boxes of ammunition that were inside of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit.
So let's talk about exactly what we see in the photograph. Do you see the white box that says 45 long Colt dummies with a very small JS in the middle?
Yes.
Did you open that box?
Yes.
And what was inside that box?
There were rounds inside of the box in a foam insert. Some of them were marked as 45 LC. Some of them were 4440 rounds.
And what's the difference between 45 LC and 4440?
They are different caliber rounds.
And were there any rounds inside that box that you suspected to be live rounds?
Yes.
How many?
1.
Let me ask you this. How many rounds altogether did you discover that you thought were suspected live rounds on the set of rest?
5 and the spent casing, so 6 in total.
And I want to talk a little bit about where those rounds were located. So we've got 1 that you suspected came out of this box. Is that right?
Yes.
And just so that we're clear, the box on the right in the photograph, what was inside that box?
There were blank rounds inside that box.
And were they all legitimately blank rounds?
Yes.
And give me just one moment to pull up some additional exhibits here.
Will do, Alan, shortly when she
You
finishes.
collected some items of evidence from inside the church. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Did you collect any gun belts from inside the church?
Yes.
How many, if you recall?
There was a gun holster, just 1 inside the church.
And did you take that back? Well, the holster, was there anything unique about it? Was it just a piece of leather, or did it have additional parts to it?
It appeared to be a shoulder holster, so the one that would not go around your waist, the one that would go over your shoulder, and it had a fake knife attachment to it.
And were there the piece of leather? Did the holster hold anything?
Yes, it was able to hold ammunition.
And when you collected that holster, did it have ammunition sitting inside of it?
Yes.
And the ammunition that was inside of that holster, did you closely examine it?
Yes.
And did any of that was in the holster cause you to suspect that there were any live rounds in the holster?
Yes.
How many rounds that were in that holster did you suspect were live?
1.
And you sent that to the FBI?
Yes.
And based on your work on this case, do you know who was the actor who was assigned to that holster?
Alec Baldwin.
Can we go ahead and, I don't know exactly. Yeah, let's publish it. Oh, I'm sorry. You have any objection to the exhibits that I showed you previously?
I certainly don't have to this picture.
Okay, so I'm going to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 22 and ask for permission to publish.
All right, publish that bitch. Get it on there.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior of the church, and it is a close-up of some of the benches or pews that were inside of the church.
And what is, do you see something leather there?
Yes, on the second row of benches, there's a jacket and a holster.
Is that the holster that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Is that where it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And I would like to show you what has been previously marked as, give me just one moment. I think it's 12 and 13. Mr. Spiro, do you need to go through these with me?
If you just show me the picture quick, I'll try no objection.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to unplug, or do you?
Oh, no, I can pull under this.
Okay,
I'll look at this one quickly.
well, but it's gonna come up on the screen, so I don't want to publish it. No, but as soon as I move it, it's gonna come up on all the screens. Okay, all right, let's do it that way.
I have no objection to the 12 or 13. Thank you.
And how about let's do 15, 16,
No objections to 15 and 16.
17,
No objection.
18?
No objection. I'm happy to stipulate that whoever this investigator Popple recovered at the scene.
Well, we need a little more identity, but it's 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18.
There's a little bit more than that. It's 19, 20, 21, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We have 31, 32, 33.
Okay, so what's missing is so you're not doing 22, 23, 24, 25, right?
22's on screen.
All right, what about 23, 24, 25? I didn't hear you name those.
There's no issue. The only one.
I just want to get the numbers. This becomes a problem later.
23's already in evidence. What were the other ones you have?
24, 25.
I don't think I'm. Sorry, I'll go ahead and do 24 or 25.
Wait, okay, so 22 is in evidence. I don't have 23. You don't either, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, we've been keeping track. We don't
Right,
have-
so I think that, I think this is what we're moving to evidence. 23.
Okay, just, I don't need to be, yeah.
22.
22.
22 is already in evidence. Or maybe it's, here, what number is this? Because I'm looking at the same picture that's up here.
That's, I think she's tested the church benches. Oh, that's not it.
22 is the church bench.
Mhm. What's up on the screen?
7 and 8, so that's wrong. That is 22. You can see in the lower left there.
This one on the screen? We can't see on the lower left. Oh, exhibit 22. Okay, 22. Yes, it is. All right, so
Stand here.
let me just clarify. All right, 13 has already been admitted. 12 has already been admitted. 26 has already been admitted. You're tracking me as well, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so what we don't have, 14 has been admitted. So 15 through 21, 22 was just admitted. We don't have 23.
That's fine. I'm not moving to the admission of 23. I think it's a duplicate.
Okay, let me just, all right, we don't have 25. We do have 26.
Right.
So did you want, so you said, what about 25?
Yes, I will be moving to the admission of 25.
Okay, and then 27, 28, 29, 30,
This is
31,
the
32,
exciting
33.
part of the trial,
Okay,
people.
so on the record, the court is going to.
Jill Ems, they're
admit
confused
15,
too,
16,
which is
17,
why
18,
this
19,
is happening.
20, 21,
I'm going to skip through
20.
this.
late day, so I'm just going to write down what's been.
They're just trying to get the evidence numbered properly. We can skip through it.
This course.
15.
The close-up of the rounds that were in the holster that we were discussing.
Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Yes,
And I see, how many silver primers do you see there?
there are two.
And which one did you suspect was a live round?
The one that's closer to the center that has a cleaner look to it.
This one here?
Yes.
Cleaner.
And the one that was on the left that has the silver primer, when you examined that, what happened?
When that one was examined, it was determined to be a dummy round.
Do you know who provided that dummy round to the set breast?
I do not.
Okay. Other than Mr. Baldwin's holster, were there other gun holsters that you collected?
Yes.
And were there other holsters that contained what you suspected to be live ammunition?
Yes.
How many others?
There was one other gun belt that was located on top of the cart that had a suspected live round.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is a close-up of the gun belt that was taken from the top of the cart, and it is a close-up specifically of the rounds that were inside of it.
And was the suspected live round the one with the silver primer?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that box of ammunition the box of dummies that you took out of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you point us to the suspected
God,
live
they're all
round that
pretty
you,
fucking
testified to
identifiable, aren't
inside that
they?
box?
Yes, it's the
silver
round
primers.
on the far right with the silver and color primer.
This one right here.
Yes.
And I think you testified that there was some loose ammunition on the top of that prop cart. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you collect all that?
Yes, I did.
You took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Any other ammunition that you collected from the top of the prop cart, did you suspect any of that to be live ammunition?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26, which I believe was previously in evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
So what is this a photo of?
This is an overall photo of all of the loose ammunition that was collected from the top of the cart.
So these 6 items here at the top, what are those?
Those are all blank rounds. They have the crimped end.
So they're missing the projectile.
Yes.
Do they ignite? Do they make sound? If you know.
Yes, they do.
Do they have gunpowder in them?
Yes.
What are they missing? Just the projectile?
Correct.
And these here on the left, these 2 rounds that look very much like each other, were you able to determine whether those were dummies or suspected live rounds?
Those were dummy rounds.
And the 2 rounds over here on the right, when you examined those, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
What were your concerns?
My concern was that they were live rounds.
And did you send those to the FBI?
Yes.
And then we see this round down here at the bottom, and I see a hole in the casing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you were describing as a dummy round with a hole in the casing?
Yes.
So was that sent to the FBI?
It was not.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Do you see that?
Yes.
And those rounds that we're looking at right there, are they also in the previous photo?
Yes, they are.
Let's go back to 26. Are they these right here?
Yes, they are.
So they had silver primers, is that right?
Correct.
And did you collect and photograph that spent casing?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28. Is that the spent casing?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the bottom of that same spent casing.
So when you talked about the primer being the area that the firing pin of the gun strikes, are you referring to this silver right here?
Yes, I am.
And do you know what that little dimple in the top is called?
That is made from the firing pin.
Okay, that's the mark that's left?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you ultimately conducted a search of the prop truck, did you collect additional ammunition?
Yes.
And was there any live ammunition found in the prop truck?
No.
Or any suspected live ammunition, rather? No?
No.
So what kind of ammunition did you take out of the prop truck?
We took blanks and dummy rounds.
Do you remember approximately how many?
I would approximate 1,000 to 1,500.
Did you closely examine each and every one of those?
Yes.
Hang on, here we go. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And where was that located?
This was located in a bag on the prop truck.
And when you say on the prop truck, because we weren't there, can you describe this truck?
I apologize. It is a storage truck, so almost like you would see a moving vehicle. It has that amount of storage in the back area of it.
And does it have a door that comes down?
Yes.
So you found this inside that prop truck in a bag, is that right?
Yes.
And did you go through the contents of this box?
Yes, I did.
And there were no dummy rounds? I'm sorry, there were no suspected live rounds?
There was one round that did not make a sound, so it was sent to the FBI as well. But
okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that, and how does it relate to the previous photo that we saw?
These are the rounds that were inside of that box, but they were taken out of the box and laid out to be photographed.
Is there anything unusual or noteworthy about these dummy rounds compared to the other dummy rounds that you found on set?
Yes.
What is that?
The dummy rounds found on set had this almost new shine to them. These rounds that were located have this antique look to them.
And do you mean that kind of brown color, that sort of antique color on the brass?
Yes.
And was one of these dummy rounds located in Mr. Baldwin's bandolier?
Yes.
Let's just jump back for a moment. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. Just for completeness, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a close-up of the jacket and holster that were found on the bench inside of the church.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
And how did you get that?
I responded to the hospital and received it from Deputy Lujan.
And when you took it from Deputy Lujan, what was it in?
It was in a plastic cylinder container.
And what did you do with it?
I took it to the office and photographed it with scale.
And after you photographed it, this is your picture here, right?
Yes.
After you photographed it, did it get sent anywhere?
Yes, it got sent to the FBI lab.
Wake up, kitty.
State's Exhibit 20, can you just tell us what that is?
This is the exterior of the church.
State's Exhibit 21.
We've only got a few minutes
of
worth of her, and then we're going
interior
to
of the
pick up
church.
today live, but a little bit behind.
State's Exhibit 24. Did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
When did you take that photo?
Yes.
This
yes,
was
it is Caligula.
after the firearm was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
Is this the condition the firearm was in when you recovered it from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle?
Yes.
Is this the condition it was in when it was sent to the FBI?
Yes.
All right, bear with me. Let me catch up with you here. Did you participate in making the decision about which items of evidence were going to be analyzed at the FBI?
Yes.
And let's go through the items of evidence that were sent to the FBI for analysis. State's Exhibit 24, we understand it was sent, correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified previously that you sent it for DNA testing, is that right?
Yes.
And without talking about specifically that testing, did you get results back?
Yes.
Did you I think you indicated that you sent it for functionality testing, is that right?
Yes.
And did you get the results of that?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you participate
Be right back.
in a discussion or a decision to have additional testing done on this gun?
I believe I was part of that conversation, yes.
Okay. And so was additional testing of this gun requested at the FBI?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what that requested testing was?
I'm uncertain as to what they phrase it as, but I believe it was a drug test.
Okay.
Was requested.
And what did you intend them to test for?
That the firearm, whether or not it would be able to go off without the trigger being pulled, I believe.
Okay. And did you send some of the boxes of ammunition to the FBI?
Yes.
Why?
We sent all of the suspected rounds, suspected live rounds, to determine if they were in fact live rounds. One additional round was sent that did not make a sound to determine whether or not it was a dummy round. And I believe that in the case of the box,
performed if you have a dummy actor
they wanted it in its entirety, so we sent them the entire box.
Okay. And when you're talking about the box, are you talking about the box that we saw earlier that said 45 long Colt dummies with JS in the middle?
Yes.
And what kind of analysis did you want done on the box? Did it have anything to do with the box itself?
We wanted latent prints completed on the box itself.
Okay. And is it customary, if you can explain to us how this works, is it customary that the Sheriff's Department swabs items of evidence for DNA?
There are times where we will swab items for DNA. However, most labs, when we are requesting that they assist us, they want the items in their entirety. So they want to complete the swabbing themselves.
So with regard to State's Exhibit 24, which is a photograph of the firearm, with regard to that firearm, did you swab it for DNA?
No.
Why not?
Because we were sending it to the lab and that determination had already been made, we wanted to send it in its entirety to the lab.
So was it swabbed at the FBI?
Yes.
And in terms of, it sounded like you did another search. You did a search of a business in Albuquerque. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why the Sheriff's Department wanted to search that location?
It was my understanding that because the owner of that business had assisted in supplying dummy rounds to the set, that we wanted to ensure that we weren't finding any additional live rounds, and to determine that we needed to search that warehouse as well.
And what was that person's name, the person who owned that business?
Seth Kenny.
And was Mr. Kenny there when you conducted the search?
Yes.
And did you find live ammunition inside that business?
Yes.
Visibly, in terms of the details of the ammunition, did it appear to be identical to the live ammunition that you collected from the set of Rust?
No.
What did you do with the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ, Mr. Kenny's business?
It was sent to the FBI.
Why? What were you asking them to do?
We were asking them to compare the gunpowder inside of the rounds found at PDQ to the gunpowder found inside the live rounds on set.
Why?
We wanted to determine if they originated from the same place.
And did you get the results back?
Yes.
And if you would, I see that you've got a box with you.
Yes, I do.
Can you pull that box out for us?
I'll show you where the box is.
Your normal life.
May I approach?
Oh, what's in the box? What's in the fucking box?
In the box.
This is the live round that was taken from the box located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle. It's been deconstructed by the FBI. Therefore, we have the casing, the projectile, and the gunpowder that was inside all separated.
And is the gunpowder in this container here?
Yes.
For all of the 5 live rounds, suspected live rounds that were sent to the FBI, were they all disassembled by the FBI?
Yes.
And were they all returned to you in this condition?
Yes.
Do they all look exactly the same?
Yes.
I'm going to move into evidence States Exhibit 35, 36, 37, and 38.
Your Honor, if I could just ask one clarifying, just to find out the date of that, just so I know that exactly.
The date of what?
When she received them back, or the date around.
I think she. Do you know approximately when you received them back?
I do not. I have that back.
We've got about 15 minutes left
Can you give us an
here.
estimate? Was
Then
it
we're
a
gonna start
month?
with
Was it a year?
I would estimate 6 months to a year.
That's fine, Your Honor, thank you.
You also said 39, I just made it 38.
I ended at 38, but there will be a 39. You said they all look the same, right?
Yes.
Is that true also of the powder in the little container?
Yes.
It all appears to be the same.
Correct.
And I'm showing you, sorry, I keep throwing them down, 35, 36, here's 37, here's 38. The live rounds that you sent to the FBI that you collected from PDQ, did those live rounds come back in kind of the same condition, disassembled?
Yes.
And
are you able to zoom out?
Oh, here. Is the glare? Would it be easier if I just handed it to you?
It's okay.
Well, can I approach and I'll hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 38?
Yes.
So the live rounds that you took from PDQ, did I ask you to bring those here today?
You did not.
Do you have them back at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And when they were returned to you from the FBI, they were deconstructed like this, right?
Yes.
So you had a casing, a projectile, and a container of powder.
Yes.
Did the container that holds the gunpowder just visibly, did it appear the same or different than the live rounds that came from the set of Rust?
It was different.
And you could just see that with your eye?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what has been, or what I will mark right now as State's Exhibit 39, just for completeness. And what is that?
This is the spent casing that was located on top of the cart.
Okay.
I still need a bingo. Come on,
Is there
people.
anything else that you did in this case, generally?
In general terms, I was also asked to collect DNA standards, fingerprint standards from various parties so that those could also be sent for comparison at the FBI.
And what parties did you collect DNA standards from?
I collected them from David Halls, Hannah Gutierrez, and I believe Lieutenant Benavidez as well.
Did you, I'm sorry, do you know whether or not a DNA standard from Mr. Baldwin was collected?
It was collected by another agency.
Okay. Bear with me. When you took the firearm out of Mr. Benavidez's patrol unit, did it appear to be damaged or modified in any way?
And not that I was able to see.
And let me go back to State's Exhibit 21. What are we looking at there?
This is the interior of the church after I've laid down evidence markers.
So just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury so that they know what are evidence markers and where do we see them in this picture so they can make sense of what they're looking at.
Evidence markers are utilized so that when we go back and reference photos, we can easily determine where things were placed in a scene, where things were when we went there. So in this photo specifically, any numbered areas were physical items of evidence or possible evidence that was collected by myself. Any areas that are marked with a letter were areas of suspected blood that were also swabbed and collected.
And just to be clear, the evidence that we've looked at that was photographed, all of these, is that all the evidence in the case?
No.
And the items of evidence that you brought in the box, that's not all the evidence in this case, right?
Right.
Do you still have all of the evidence?
Yes.
And where is it?
Does anybody remember the song from the 80s?
So if anyone wants you to bring it in, you can do that. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
In the cardboard box. Anybody remember that song? It was a good song.
Thank you. I will pass the witness.
They said cowboy yesterday, free the people.
Hey, Matt, so do you want the trucker hat?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Jury, please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence
All right,
received
looks
here.
like they're going to shut it down for
Don't be
yesterday.
looking at anything about the trial.
This is the end of
anything about the
yesterday,
subject
so now we're
matter,
gonna get
either
back to
RTB,
this
Googling,
cut
research,
up this
whatever,
morning
news accounts, what
before
the caution I
lunchtime.
told you, okay? At 8:30, according to Steve Bing, have a good evening. Thank you.
Rise to the jury.
All right, let's see if she has anything to say to the jury. No, I mean to the lawyers, and then we will we'll start watching today. We're about an hour and 20 minutes behind, I think. How far behind are we? About an hour and 20 minutes behind, and we'll be catching up. So don't worry about it.
All right, you may be seated. Is there anything we need to put on the record before we recess?
Just two quick things for the defense. First is, I just want to confirm, specify tomorrow.
I thought you all agreed to that with the order that I haven't seen. Yeah, okay. Well, I thought that's what was agreed to, order of witnesses.
It absolutely was. I just wanted to confirm as we're running out. Everybody check that. Nothing changed.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Anything
Fast
else?
talking lawyer guy.
Just quickly look at Exhibit 6, which I wasn't able to see when they opened it.
Exhibit 6? Oh, 6.
Where is it? Is it here?
It's not here.
No, Martine, took
She's
it
going
to
to show them
state-
the evidence.
I could ask, more.
All right, so that's it. That is the end of yesterday, day one afternoon. Everybody take a little bit of a breather. Then we will start day two morning session, which is what is going on live right now. Let me get that ready to go. So anybody that needs a snack break, a comfort break, or whatnot, we'll take about 2 or 3 minutes here, and then we will start afresh with today. All right. Oh my God! Again, Corey Boatwright. Corey Boatwright. Oh my God! Thank you so ridiculously much. Wow.
I move.
Wait, well, that was you've got me all discombobulated with this. That's what we wanted. We wanted the ship's bill. Corey Boatwright has just gifted 20 Legal Vices memberships. That is awesome, and thank you so very much. I think we have a membership war now because previously Tank Rat was the Vice Racks of the day with 20 Legal Vices membership. Now Corey Boatwright has just gifted 20 Legal Vices memberships. So now we have co-Vice Raxes of the day. Who will reign supreme as the Vice Racks of the day? Will it be Corey Boatwright? Will it be Tank Rat? It depends who gifts more memberships. Just kidding.
We do have memberships here.
Anyway, we have our like and subscribe poll up. Make sure you hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and take our poll. We currently have 607 votes, but 391 likes. Literally like 210 of you have cheated. Everybody hit that like button. Repent, you sinners. Corey Boatwright, who previously gifted 20 Legal Vices memberships, has now gifted 1 Legal Vices membership. Corey Boatwright is now the official Vice Racks of the day with 21 memberships. That's funny. Thank you so much, Corey. Hit the like and subscribe poll. Hit the subscribe button. If you are subscribed, double check to make sure you're still subscribed and take the poll. Our poll is Alec Baldwin will. 44% of you say he will fall asleep. He was listing a little bit to port there, and listing a little bit to starboard. He was kind of acting disinterested. He was sitting like this for a long time. He's not endearing himself to the jury. I can guarantee you that. But 44% of you think he's going to fall asleep at some point today. 25% of you say he's going to solve the grand unified theory while he's scribbling his notes during direct examination. 18% of you think he's going to cry. And 14% of you say he's going to be a model defendant. So far, he's closer to falling asleep than anything else. All right. And again, make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you're new here, if you're just joining, if you're just kind of hanging around, please do me the honor of subscribing to the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And this is what we do here. We do trial streams. We do legal issues. We're going to be talking about Uvalde. We're going to be talking about Laura Owens Clayton Eckert trial. We've got an upcoming Sarah Boone trial. We've got the What the Hales deal going on down in Florida. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about, which we're just gonna have to wait till after this trial is over. But this is what we do: trials, legal news, law-related stuff, pop culture-y sort of items, and we have a good fun time here. We have the greatest chat in the universe. Hit that subscribe button, please. We are 9 subscribers away from 77,600. I'm sure there's 9 of you that haven't subscribed. So if you haven't subscribed, let's get us up to 77,600 subscribers. Let's do it. All 9 of you, whoever hasn't subscribed, just do it. All right. Thank you very, very much. And again, super special thanks to Corey Boatwright, who is the official Law Racks, Vice Racks of the day. I Can't Remember has gifted 1 Legal Vices membership. Thank you so much. I Can't Remember. If you got I Can't Remember's membership, which was about 30 minutes ago, make sure you give I Can't Remember a special thanks to. Maritime Monday. Oh, yes, Corey, we're going to get back to Maritime Monday in full swing when this is over. I've been missing Maritime Monday. We'll get right back to that. Do not worry. Alan Walsh, when you get a second, can you wish my daughter Jordan happy birthday? Thank you kindly. Alan Walsh. Alan Walsh's daughter is celebrating a birthday today. Jordan, Jordan is celebrating a birthday today. Jordan, happy birthday. Mabre sonadut to you. Happy birthday and congratulations on another trip around the sun. I hope the next one is just as exciting and enjoyable as this one. Don't do anything that leaves the entire spectrum of stuff to do open. But listen to your dad. He's a been there, done that kind of guy. Jordan Walsh, happy birthday.
How about that?
And Island says today is definitely fancy hat day. This is a nice hat. This is a replica of Clint Eastwood's hat. She's 23. Oh Lord, Alan, you're in trouble. This is a replica of Clint Eastwood's hat in Pale Rider, where he played the preacher, sort of the avenging angel, if you will. And this hat is actually that Clint Eastwood used is also a replica of the Danite hat from the 1850s, 1860s. The Danites were sort of the enforcement arm of the Mormon Church in the early days of the Wild West. Porter Rockwell, famously one of the Danites, the personal bodyguard to Joseph Smith. He had an awfully nice hat like this as well. That's sort of the background of this hat. There we go. So there we go. And again, Alan Walsh, apologies for butchering the Scottish Gaelic happy birthday thing. But there we are. We are at this. I hope you're all coming back from your snack truck trips. We are going to jump into today's hearing starting. Oh, hey, she'll be 28. What? My daughter, 27th. She'll be 28 August 30th. Okay. There's too many days in there. Yeah, don't accidentally download Pole Rider. That's a much different movie, I would assume. All right, we are going to start day 2 morning session, which is what is underway right now. I assume it's going to be the cross examination, or maybe a little bit more the direct examination. Not sure of our current witness. Let's see. I need to embiggen this. Why can't I embiggen this? Why are we not able to embiggen? What the hell's going on here? Why is that so small? I can't see anything. There we go. All right. Normal. No, we don't want normal speed. We want 1.5 speed. All right. Let's go with today. Jury is coming in.
You just need to be patient. We're trying to move the trial along. Okay. So thank you. All right. And I'm sorry. This probably isn't the most appropriate time, but media in the war room or whatever we call it. One more cup, and everybody is not allowed to bring any liquids of any kind whatsoever. My staff is, and our county people are not going to be picking up trash that you all can pick up. Okay. And
somebody left some trash behind yesterday. She's pissed. And again, some of you don't like this judge. I love this judge. She runs an incredibly tight ship. She has the ultimate resting bitch face. She does not take anything from anybody. And she's laying down the law here. Anybody leaves another cup, nobody gets to have a cool, refreshing beverage in the courtroom. What is the temperature in Santa Fe right now? Santa Fe temperature. Oh, it's a balmy 76 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just 10:25 in the morning. It's going to be effing hot later. It's going to be ridiculously hot later. And she's just saying, if anybody leaves any more cups behind, ain't nobody bringing liquids into my courtroom. We're not your garbage collector. We're not your mommy. Deal with it. All right, let's go.
And that also means downstairs in the jury assembly room. So one more cup, one more water. Let's just have some manners on picking up after ourselves, okay? All right, sorry I had to bring that up right now.
Oh, that's funny.
Still under oath. Is that okay, or do you want me to?
That's fine.
Right.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, Investigator Pop.
Good morning.
No, the panel streams didn't go down. It looks like it's up right now. No? Whatever.
Just, are you keeping track?
Oh, no, they did. Oh, my God, that's funny. All right. Too bad. Welcome, people coming over from the panel channels, if there's any of you doing that. We are starting with the morning session at 1.25 speed. Please hit that like button on your way in. I know you've already seen this, but hang tight. And no spoilers, please, while we catch up with the court today. Too bad for those of you that lost your stream.
Pictures yesterday and heard about some search warrants that were. Hey, good morning again. Good morning. So we saw a lot of pictures yesterday and heard about some search warrants that were conducted that you were present for. And I'd like to sort of divide what we do this morning into sort of two categories, the firearm and the ammunition. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. As to the firearm, I think where you left off yesterday is ultimately that firearm was destroyed in the test pit. Fair?
Not destroyed, but broken.
Yeah, the word broken, that I think I heard you use yesterday. It's fair to say that the firearm can't be put back in the original condition that it was in at the time of the incident. Is that fair?
I believe it could be put back together with replaced parts, but as far as, in my terms, destroyed meaning no longer in existence is not the case.
Right. No, of course. The gun and its broken parts still exist, right?
Yes.
But as being part of the investigation and entrusted with the evidence in this case, the gun will never be in exactly the same condition that it was in on October 21st. Fair?
Yes.
Then I want to talk to you now about the ammunition piece of this. And the investigation into the source of the lethal bullet in this case led you to a search warrant at Seth Kenny's prop house, right?
Yes.
And you knew that he had provided Starline brass silver ammunition to the set, correct?
Yes.
What you were investigating at that time was whether it was Starline brass silver and only dummies, or if it was Starline brass silver and he also had live ammunition in his prop house, correct?
Yes.
And you did know that Seth Kenny kept live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
I believe at that time we were looking for live ammunition, yes.
Right, but you were aware of whether you found the exact correct live ammunition that matched perfectly the live ammunition on the movie set. You did ultimately recover some live ammunition, and you had probable cause to get a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And did that concern you that in a prop house that's sending out ammunition for movie sets, that there was both live ammunition and dummy rounds?
Yes.
So I want to take a step back for a second. When you go out to collect evidence on a day like October 21st, 2021, you bring with you your Nikon camera, right?
Yes.
You have gloves with you, right?
Yes.
And in a perfect world, you're trying to get to the evidence and the state of the evidence as quickly as possible. Fair?
Yes.
And so you did respond to this scene, and the first item that you collected that ended up broken was the prop gun, right?
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew that someone had touched it without gloves on, right?
Yes.
You knew that when somebody collected it, they didn't take a photo, right?
Yes.
But you did take that into evidence, and that was sort of the first item in this case that you were collecting and entrusted to keep vouchered and maintained for the course of this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a critical piece of evidence. Is that true?
Yes.
And so as you continue after that moment into the scene, you're looking for additional evidence. Fair?
Yes.
And physical evidence is critical evidence in an investigation, right?
Yes.
Because, witnesses and their memories can change. Witnesses can say one thing one day and another day, but physical evidence pretty much stays the same.
I'm
Right?
just objecting to a compound question.
Physical evidence stays the same, right?
Yes.
And you logged all the evidence you collected in this case?
Yes.
And all the evidence collected by law enforcement in this case was ultimately logged by you?
Yes.
And by logging it, you also make it available for the defense so that we have visibility into what in fact you're collecting.
Yes.
And one way you figure out as you're going through a scene what evidence is relevant is you can talk to your fellow officers, right?
Yes.
You can talk to witnesses, right?
I do not. As part of I'm not an investigator, I'm a technician. So my concern is with the physical evidence. I don't do any of the interviews.
No, I know you don't do formal interviews, but in this case, you did talk to Seth Kenny, right? Not forbidden to speak to somebody who's at scene.
No, I do believe we had some casual conversation.
I don't do investigations. So you did talk to him, right?
That glove is very important. And they would say it to you in purple hand-high. And you would
I object to the hypothetical.
Overruled.
As I was saying, you went to purple hand-high to be a scene. And somebody could say, hey, that glove was used. And you, as a technician, would say, okay, that witness is pointing out that glove. That could be important. I'm going to note that. And once I confirm with purple hand-high, potentially take that into custody. To take an inventory.
Yes, that's something that could happen, yes.
And the other thing that you do is, and you talked about this a little bit on your direct, which is you can learn information, decide what to forensically test. Fair?
Yes.
So in this case, for example, Mr. Baldwin's clothes had red on them, and you tested it for blood, right?
Yes.
And it turned out it was movie set blood, right?
Yes.
Meaning it wasn't actually blood.
Right.
So as you continue through the scene, you get to the prop cart, and you find the shell casing, and I thought this was on just a moment ago.
Joe, come on.
You're doing it.
Oh, it's time. It's time to call in IT. Oh, wait, what happened? Yoda moved. When did that happen? Yoda never moves. There we go. We got Yoda cam situated. If you're wondering where Strawberry is, she's over there on the veranda.
Just in the way.
But it's a rare Yoda sighting. There we go. There's the Yoda cam.
And
All
I'm
right.
putting State's Exhibit 29.
I'm just Mr. Spiral. I'm wondering.
All right, let them un-F themselves.
Exhibit 29. And in a moment, I'll show you Exhibit 28. The lethal projectile, correct?
Yes.
And so, and in fact, you were able to then recover the actual bullet piece of the ammunition because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that it was at the hospital with Mr. Sousa, right?
Yes.
And so you were then able to go to the hospital, and we heard from that officer, and collect the other piece of the ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And that's an example, right, of learning something from a witness and making a decision based on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as to the prop gun, because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that he just manipulated the hammer, you didn't test the trigger of the firearm, correct?
I'm sorry. You're asking if I myself tested the?
Sure, yeah.
I'm not qualified to do that, so it was not completed by myself.
Well, fair to say that because you learned that from Mr. Baldwin, it impacted the way that you evaluated the evidence.
I object to the form of question. Can we approach?
Okay, we got something to approach here, which means we got something to skip. Stephen Baldwin not in the courtroom today. It looks like.
Spoke to Mr. Baldwin at the scene, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And he informed you that he just manipulated the hammer, and that impacted your future testimony, correct?
I don't recall what he exactly stated on the scene.
Okay. Well, let me just approach you for a moment.
Approach.
We'll provide you time.
Everybody's approaching everybody else.
All right, I'll be right back.
Oh, there's Stephen. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize Stephen. I thought this was like some old librarian woman back here. That's actually Stephen Baldwin. You can tell Stephen Baldwin by the duck hairs. Dude, those glasses are not you, my friend. I am the most fashion void person on planet Earth, and I know, Stephen, those are an old librarian lady's glasses. No, Stephen, I thought you were an old woman. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Matt, did you hear me?
Who the hell's Benji Gregory? Benji Gregory.
Page 11 also.
Yep. Page 3, lines 9 through 11.
Oh, from Alf. Oh, yeah, I saw that earlier today. Yeah, Benji Gregory from Alf died earlier. So we have the kid from Alf, and we had Shelley Duvall pass away. That's 2 actors in one day.
Does this?
They all come in
here,
threes.
this is a
Maybe Alec
withheld
Baldwin
handout
will be
from
next.
1021. Alec Baldwin. And you see this answer here?
Yes, I see it.
And so, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Baldwin told you that he copied it up?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. You don't dispute that it happened?
No, I don't dispute it. I
No,
just
Alf
recall it.
didn't die, just the kid.
So, did but when you made the request,
Objection, this approach.
Ooh, she's just stormed today. Now she's got to be careful. I mean, I don't think she's objecting out of turn, but yeah, Shelley Duvall passed away just a short time ago. We announced, but she's got to be careful. If she objects too much, the jury might think she's being obstructionist and she's trying to hide something. It's purely stylistic and strategic, but I mean, she's entitled to, and if it needs to be objected to, it needs to be objected to. It needs to be approached. You need to have boundaries set, but you got to be careful. And I'm concerned because about every third question now, she's asking to approach. There's Alec Baldwin playing Minesweeper on his computer, pretending that he's taking notes. He died of heat stroke. Wow.
Just to go back to the spent shell casing for a moment, was the spent shell casing collected from inside of the church or on the cart?
On the cart.
And another question is, do you know if Mr. Baldwin's fingerprints or DNA were on the trigger of the firearm?
I do not know those results off the top of my head.
Okay. Is there a better witness that may come in to tell the jury that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were interacting as we were left off with Mr. Baldwin at the scene and spoke to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after speaking to him, did you in fact test the hammer of the? Did you in fact request to test the hammer of the firearm for prints and DNA?
Same objection. That doesn't lay the foundation. It has to go to why she did what she did.
It's the first question, and then I'll ask why she did it.
Overruled.
Did you, after speaking to Mr. Baldwin, did you then test the hammer of the gun for DNA or fingerprints, or request that it be done?
The request that was made was after a conversation with the lab, which essentially was asking them what assistance they could provide. I believe the request was made for latents and DNA. I don't recall the specifics of what on the item they were going to specifically test. I don't know their requirements or standards when they receive a firearm. Most labs would do the testing on the entirety of the gun, but they might break it down further and do just the trigger, just the hammer, just the rough areas. I'm not certain. That's a question for their lab.
Right, but I'm just asking you, Investigator Papa, when you made the request, did you specify, given what we've learned now, we really want you to check the hammer specifically? Did you make that request?
I don't recall specifically requesting it.
And when you got to the prop cart, you could not tell from looking at it whether or not anybody had altered or removed any of the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody did, that would be a pretty serious problem in a case like this, wouldn't it?
It would be a problem in any case, yes.
Did you ever interview or review any interviews of Sarah Zachary?
No.
But one thing that you did know at this time, for certain, is that you were looking for Starline brass, silver 45 ammunition, correct?
At that time, no, we did not know that that's what we were looking for.
When did you learn that?
That was learned later on once realizing that all of our suspected live rounds were Starline brass with silver primer.
So all of the live rounds at the movie set were Starline brass, nickel primer, live, right?
Yes.
Apparently.
And this idea came up early in the investigation that what if somebody sabotaged the set and put those live rounds there? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was quickly dismissed in this case as not something that law enforcement thought to be realistic, fair?
Yes.
But you also needed to investigate whether somebody from outside of the Rust set was responsible for injecting these live ammunition into the Rust set, fair?
Yes.
And so you continue to investigate that.
Oh, thank you, Corey.
As this case proceeds and you executed search warrants, correct?
Not myself personally investigating it, but I believe that was something that was being investigated.
So, we looked at, and I'm just going to show you Defense A1.
No, keep the bingo card going.
These were some of the rounds that were located loose on top of the cart.
And these live rounds being loose on top of the cart, you don't know whether those live rounds were there at the time of the incident, right?
Correct.
And again, these were all Starline brass, nickel primer, live, correct?
Yes.
And you were also not certain at times when you would collect rounds whether or not they were live or dummies.
Correct.
Some rounds you submitted to the FBI to process to figure that out.
Yes.
And if we could look at State's Exhibit 27, can you tell me what that is?
This is a photograph of the silver primers on the 2 rounds that were later discovered to be live that were on top of the cart.
And so in this box you then collect, which is Defense A2. Right, what was your understanding of this box?
My understanding was this was the box handed to Lieutenant Benavidez that was being pulled from at the time to load the firearm. I was then placed in his unit and later collected by myself.
And when you looked inside of that box, State's Exhibit 17, what did you find?
These were the rounds inside of the box.
And
one sticks out like a goddamn sore thumb.
Yes, this round with the silver primer was a live round.
But you don't know whether somebody was rifling through this box and just missed one, do you?
No.
But see,
And
this
you
doesn't
also
help the
showed
defense's
that these
case. It
Starline
just
brass,
shows how easy it is for
nickel,
Alec Baldwin
live
to have
rounds were found
determined
in other places
that one of
on
them
the
was
set.
a live
Right, this is
round.
State's Exhibit 16.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a close-up of one of the gun holsters that has a live round in it.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 15.
This is a close-up of the gun holster that was belonging to Mr. Baldwin that has a live round in it.
And was then 15, this is 15. Was 16 the one that was the other actor, Jason Eccles?
Yes.
Okay. And so Mr. Eccles, another actor on the set, turns out that he, as he acted, as he performed, had a live bullet in his bandolier, correct?
Yes.
And he was
And you had
not
no,
happy
no
about
reason to
that.
think Mr. Eccles had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
Your working theory, as you evaluated the ammunition and looked at the similarity between the Starline Nickel Live and the Starline Nickel dummies, is that they could have been easily commingled. There.
Yes.
In other words, somebody could have mistaken one for the other, right?
Yes.
And so when you conduct then a search warrant on the church, you find additional evidence, right?
Yes.
And you talked about search warrants in your direct examination, but I just want to orient the jury a little bit to what that is. A search warrant is where you go to a court and you swear out a warrant, and the warrant tells you what you can search for inside of a dwelling or a location, right?
Yes.
And you tell the court what information you have and what.
Yes.
And unlike somebody sort of walking into the precinct and voluntarily giving you evidence, one of the things about a search warrant is you don't have to tell the person you're coming before you go, right?
Yes.
So as you're going into execute the search warrant on the church, and the warrants in this case, you did discuss that with Corporal Hancock, correct?
Yes, I believe we had some brief conversations about the search warrant.
And the warrant for the church, it didn't indicate that there was any specific crime you were looking for. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
And so when you went inside of the church, you were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
And you remember, as you ended your direct examination yesterday, Ms. Morrissey, the prosecutor, said, you keep all of this evidence so that if anyone wants to bring any evidence, you have it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you found in the church was the shot list for the dead, right?
I don't recall that.
You recall collecting paperwork inside the church?
Yes.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I've already indicated to Mr. Spiro that I object to some of these, so we can approach now. I wish we had dealt with it previously.
All right, they want to approach because some of the paperwork she's objecting to, some of it she's not.
Well, she said she objected to it.
So they're going to go up and decide what comes in and what stays out. Which that just means we get to fast forward a little bit closer to catch-up time. We're currently an hour and 11 minutes behind live. So we'll catch up soon here. Let's see. Larry. Okay. Oh, thank God Stephen has taken off those glasses. And who's giggling in the background there? No giggling, of course. Steve Baldwin's taken off his glasses. I guess Larry DUI guy must be sitting behind the prosecution because he hasn't been on camera yesterday or today. That's Hilaria Baldwin, which I think her name itself is hilarious, otherwise known as Hillary before she became reborn in Spain and says cucumber. How you say cucumber?
Please among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All right, she's sending the jury out so they can have more discussions about the evidence. Oh, he's put the glasses back on. All right, we don't have sealing Dion or any iteration thereof, but we are getting pictures of the seal.
Hey, everybody! Thank you so much for tuning in to watch our coverage of the Alec.
No, we can skip through this. We need to come up with a seal, like Seal, the singer Seal, but that's just too obvious. We'll have to come up with a nickname for the seal. Okay, I'm forwarding through here. All right, we're back. Now we are only 43 minutes behind. Sealing the unknown. That come on. That's not even trying, see Winterstorm. You can do better than that. All right, well, there. Let's catch up on our bingo cards. What we should have marked off so far on the bingo cards: Gutierrez Reed. Lawyer calls for sidebar. Dummy round. Prop gun, bullet cart, blank round, dog cam, pulled the trigger, live round, live ammunition on set, homicide, and judge calls for sidebar. And snoring dog. Strawberry is snoring up a damn storm. All right, we can fast forward until they start talking on mic. Court will resume shortly. Alec Baldwin staring intently. Now he's picking his nose. That's great. Thank you very much. Wow. We might be live now. Oh, he's looking backwards again. He got in trouble with Mrs. with the misses yesterday for looking around behind. Oh, now she's passing him notes or something. She was getting after him yesterday, telling him, turn around, turn around. Holy crap, we're almost caught up live. Huh. All right. This is cool. We're not that far behind at all. All right, the jury is back in, it looks like. And we are only 20 minutes behind now.
Good morning again. So I'm just going to Thursday.
Can you do the fandango?
We left off.
That's close.
Thursday, 12:26 p.m. Okay, so I'm now moving for admission for A3. Yes.
CeeLo Green. Okay, we're getting close. That's getting better.
For the foundation. As we get it on direct, and we're just going to put up states 21. Do I have to publish that as an evidence? As you testified yesterday, you collected items from the church that you thought were relevant to this case, correct?
Yes.
And some of the things that you thought gave insight into what happened, correct?
Yes.
And including in those was a copy of the script and the shot list, correct?
I believe there was paperwork that was photographed, but I don't believe it was collected.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pass up to the witness what is marked as A3 and A11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are those?
It appears to be scene paperwork.
That you collected?
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Offer them to us.
I don't believe that's an adequate foundation.
What more do you want him to do?
But what we discussed at the bench, but I mean, obviously I defer to the court, but I'm relying on the conversation we had.
Well, all right, so they are conditionally admitted pursuant to the discussion up at the bench.
So I'm going to now publish A3. And can you read that last sentence?
Russ Colt cocked quietly now.
And I'm now going to publish 811. Let's see if this will allow me to zoom in focus. Can you read that, or does it not focus right?
I cannot read that.
Okay, I apologize. I'm going to pass it out to the witness.
Oh, come on.
Oh, it looks like this, I guess.
The fuck is that?
It's supposed to autofocus, so this is autofocus. So
Yeah, it doesn't get more out of focus than that.
Permission to approach.
And again, this just looks bad for the defense.
Macro on hammer as thumb cocks it, and then line 6 is frontal slow push in on Rust, his hat down, motionless.
Thank you. And you found and photographed these documents in the church in the vicinity of where Ms. Hutchins fell, correct?
I believe the first photograph, the first paper was. I don't recall where the second paper was located.
And if we look at states 21, I'll have that up on the screen just for a moment. When you collected these documents, you thought they were important, correct?
When I photographed them, yes.
So sorry, I apologize. When you photographed them. And the reason you thought it was important is because you thought it reflected what would have happened in the scene, correct?
I understood that there was a mentioning of a firearm in the paperwork, which is why I thought it was important.
Right, because it's actually just because you thought to yourself at the time and that it actually described what he's doing, right?
I believe at the time, yes.
And you said to your fellow officers that you think it's important because it confirms Mr. Baldwin's statements, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but it could be something that I stated.
And you indicated that you thought it was hers, meaning Ms. Hutchins' paperwork, correct?
I believe that one of those papers does have her name on it, which is why I thought it was hers.
Right. And the other paper that you already testified to, A3, was found around where she fell, correct?
Yes.
And it contains the shot list and the script for that day, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Sorry.
So you have Lee's foundation?
Cecil B. DeMille. You're trying too hard, Winterstorm.
Yes.
You're trying
You
too
also
hard.
recovered Ms. Hutchins' cell phone, correct?
At a later date, I believe.
And that was sent to Byron French and the investigation division to extract the cell phone results eventually, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you tried to find video recording in the church, correct?
Yes.
But the video cameras for the scene in question did not record that day, so you're not able to find that. Fair?
They recorded a portion of that day. There was a recording that was recovered.
And you didn't find any live ammunition in the church?
Yes, there was one live round located inside the church.
There was, okay. And where was that found?
That was in Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Right, so, right, the bandolier that we were talking about before?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no reason to think that Mr. Baldwin had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
At that scene, and at this time in the investigation, Detective Kano was in charge, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So while you're now then leaving the church, we're going to move on, okay? You have to figure out how ammunition works on a movie set, right?
Yes.
That wasn't something that you were familiar with before the incident in question, right?
Correct.
And you sort of became the subject matter expert on that topic, right?
Yes, I'd say so.
But I mean, you were
For the
called
sheriff's office.
For the sheriff's office, right? But also you'd be called into meetings with Corporal Hancock and the prosecutors and try to educate them on those topics. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you weren't running the case, were you?
No.
But you were there to assist not only with the evidence, but to be a specialist on this sort of unique topic. Fair?
Yes.
And again, you said this on direct, but I think it got a little confusing perhaps, but there are never supposed to be live ammunition on a movie set.
Oh, feedback.
Okay, go ahead. Yours is on though, right?
Yes, it is on.
Okay.
Thank you. You understood that there should never be live ammunition on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And the one type of ammunition that occurs on movie sets is blanks, and those are the ones that just go poof, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm just showing you 12. It's an evidence.
Stop saying
right? And those
poof,
are like a crimped top, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to dummy rounds, right? I'm showing you 811. That's an evidence, right? Which look like real bullets, right?
Correct.
And there were different types of dummy rounds, as I think you said on direct. But you can't tell necessarily that a dummy round is a dummy round just by looking at it.
Not always, no.
Some dummy rounds have holes in them, right?
Yes.
Others have their primers removed.
Yes.
Some of them do not have holes in the side or their primers removed.
Correct.
Some of them don't make a noise when they're shaking, called Denex rounds.
Yes.
And some dummy rounds look exactly like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
And those look exactly like live ammunition, fair?
Yes.
And those type of exact replica dummy rounds were on the set of Rust, right?
Yes.
That's
And those
interesting. I
were
hadn't
set
heard
Kennedy
that
dummy
before.
rounds, right?
Yes.
And in terms of identifying dummy rounds by shaking them, right, which is something we talked about on direct, some of them are louder than others, right?
Yes.
Some of them have 1 BB, 2 BBs in them, 3 BBs in them, right?
Yes.
Sometimes if you shake a bullet, you can hear the powder, or because of oxidation, you can hear things inside the bullet when you shake it, right?
Yes.
And depending on the setting of something, would impact the person's ability to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
So, right, if I shook a dummy round right now in a courtroom in front of a microphone, right, it would probably be, you would be able to hear it. Would you agree?
Yes.
But if people are all moving around in a movie set, you don't know that everybody would be able to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Not everyone. No.
Well, you have to at least do
And
it.
some dummy rounds don't shake at all. Isn't that also true?
Yes.
The only way to determine definitively is to send them to the FBI and to take apart the dummy round to figure out what the powder is inside of it, right?
The powder inside of a dummy round?
Yeah.
Or the ball bearings?
Well, the ball bearings versus the powder that could be in live ammunition.
Yes, that would be the comparison, yes.
And so one of the questions that I've been asked you is there different grades of gunpowder used in blanks versus live rounds?
That's good, man.
And so as you proceed in this case, you are then executing the prop truck search at the scene of Rust, right?
Yes.
So about a week after the incident, approximately, you go back to the setting of Rust and you execute a search warrant on the truck that housed the prop cart.
We got a Camelot sighting,
right?
except I'm fatter than my dog.
And when you went to do that search warrant, it was
But I
not
don't
Rust,
smell.
right?
Fat people. Not
And
all
you went
fat
to fellow
people have a
officers,
fat person smell.
Hancock,
Camelot.
Kano, Sergeant Zook was there, correct?
Yes.
And you had a good working relationship with all these people, right?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock and Kano, signed off on what you collected as detectives involved in this, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Zook, who was their supervisor, signed off as well. Fair?
Yes.
And there was a witness there that day that assisted law enforcement with the search of the prop truck, right?
Yes.
A man named Seth Kennedy.
Correct.
And not only did he assist, he actually was the one that opened the safe, right?
Yes, he had the combination too.
Well, do you know how he got the combination?
He was the owner of the safe.
You sure about that?
That was my understanding.
You collected dozens of guns from the safe, right?
Yes.
And you understood that there were a dozen plus actors, extras,
They were
stuntmen
locked
that
up in the
used firearms on
safe.
set, Rust.
Yes.
Just like we talked about with Mr. Ackles and his bandolier, right? A lot of these actors may have at one point or another, unbeknownst to them, God forbid, had live ammunition on them, right?
Yes.
And the prop truck, we can look at A13. Was a little disorganized. I don't know if it's quite at the level of the cart, but it was a little disorganized, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll
The
just show you
cart was
A14.
really disorganized.
And inside the prop truck, there were boxes, right?
Yes.
Boxes of ammunition. And these
Can you just
boxes
imagine
are sort
leaving
of,
all this
a lot of
shit
them are
just
the same
scattered
shape, make,
around?
model, white box, right?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 816, which is a close-up. And do you notice one box that looks a little different than the other boxes?
Yes, there is.
And which box is that?
The box in the center, instead of it being stamped, it has handwritten in blue marker, dummy rounds 45 LC.
Right, and I'll just blow up that, which is exhibit 19, right?
Yes.
And you don't know who wrote that writing on it, do you?
Seth Kenny.
And if we could look at A22, can you tell us what that is?
Out of context, no, I can't.
Okay, well then we're going to look at A23.
Can you move it up? Thank you. This is the rounds that were inside of that box with the styrofoam insert that were removed.
Okay, and you see that they are star-line brass, nickel, dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And again, the difference between a star-line brass, nickel-plated dummy round and a live round is effectively that one has powder inside, and the other does not, right?
Yes.
And do you know where all the ones in this box went, the ones that are missing?
I do not.
They went to bullet heaven.
We're in the prop truck, and you have star-line brass, you have nickel primer, but they're not live, right?
Oh my God.
And you don't know when that box ended up getting to the prop truck, moved to the prop truck. You don't know any of that background, right?
Right.
You don't know if somebody placed that box with the handwriting on it into that Mary Kay bag.
No.
And on the prop truck that housed all the ammunition, was there any live ammunition on the prop truck?
No.
So I want to ask you something, Investigator Popple. Did that surprise you?
No, not necessarily.
Well, you've got all this, you're finding these live rounds all over the set, right?
Yes.
Sort of seem to be a little bit everywhere without much cohesion between where you're finding them, right?
Yes.
And they're housed originally in the prop truck, right?
Yes.
And so you go a week later to the prop truck, which has all the ammunition, right?
Yes.
And there's not a single live round there, right?
Correct.
Why did law enforcement wait a week to go to the prop truck?
The search warrant needed to be written. I'm not sure of why the time difference occurred exactly.
Okay. You, the search warrant for the church that we talked about on the 21st, you guys were able to do in one day, right? The same day that the incident happened, you did the search warrant on the church, right?
We did it the next day.
Well, you got the warrant on the 21st, you did it the 22nd. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
I apologize. So if you could do a search warrant in one day for one thing, why does it take 7 days to do a search warrant for something else?
I do not know the circumstances of why there was that time frame.
And so on direct examination, you pointed out that, and this is page 30.
Did the prop truck have powder on its nose?
You said that these were the Seth Kenny dummies in the box, right?
Yes.
And you talked about that a bit on direct examination, right?
Correct.
And I think you were making a point that Seth Kenny's dummies look a little bit different than the live ammunition found on set. So perhaps there was a way to distinguish them. Was that the import of your testimony?
Yes.
But if you look at the picture of the Seth Kenny box as it's being opened, right?
What's in the box? What's in the Seth Kenny box?
So there are 17.
So then how do you explain why there's more rounds in your picture of those dummies taken out of the box?
How many are there?
If I can refer to my report to refresh my
5,
memory.
6, 7,
Sorry,
8,
here you go.
9, 10. There's 22 there. Okay. 22 there, 17 in the box. 17 in the box. All right, guys, smash that like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. We are only 9 away from 77,600 subscribers. And the super chats have run dry. Just saying.
Can we get to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Oh, I do owe a shot here. By the way,
Do you have an explanation for that?
Yes. So I apologize. The photo that was just up of the 22
shot of bad
rounds,
Korean whiskey.
were actually removed from a bandolier that was located inside of the prop truck.
But then it's 826, right?
Yes.
And it has the exact number as the picture you showed the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the real picture of the ammunition that comes out of Seth Kenny's box is this one, A27, right?
Yes.
And I saw you counting.
I just
Don't
wanted to
talk
make sure the
about
number
things
of
coming out of
Yeah, fair
Seth
enough.
Kenny's
No, that's-
box
I think
while I
that's,
have a
the way-
mouthful of bad whiskey.
That's how I heard that. That's the right one, right?
Yes.
And there's something important about this picture, isn't there?
Yes.
Doesn't that Seth Kenny round look exactly like the live round?
Under a camera flash, I suppose it could.
Well, I don't know about suppose it could. I mean, we'll look at the showcase. Exhibit 28. And go back. 827. You can go back. States 28. Don't you think they look an awful lot alike?
They look similar, yes, but I can still see differences.
Well, I mean, you're a training investigator, right?
I'm trained crime scene tech, yes.
Even more than an investigator crime scene tech, right?
Correct.
You have your Nikon 700 flash in your camera, right?
Yes.
You have the opportunity to take this ammunition back to the precinct, lay it out, and photograph it, right?
Yes.
You have no reason to think anybody on the set of Ross was able to do that, do you?
No.
So Alec Baldwin didn't do it because they used a flash camera?
Hancock signed off on it, correct?
My supervisor signed off on my report.
Sergeant Zucker?
At the time, yes.
So we're still on the topic of the ammunition, and you and law enforcement are trying to figure out the source of the live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
In fact, it was incumbent upon you to try to find the source, because if there were people sending live ammunition to movie sets, that would be very dangerous condition, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And as you were going about your search, Seth Kenny actually walked into the precinct one day and gave you ammunition, right?
Yes.
Okay, you remember that, right?
I do.
That was Did you think Mr. Kenny was being helpful?
Something
I
threw
believe
him
so,
off
yeah.
his game there for a
I mean, were you
second.
suspicious of all of that?
That was not my place to be suspicious of him. I hadn't had much interaction with him.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have been your place to, but I'm just asking you, after this point, if Seth Kenny, comes knocking on the precinct and shows you all some rounds, whether or not
That's the answer.
I don't know what it was.
Overruled.
I'm just asking whether it's your place to do that. I'm just asking when the man showed up and just presented ammunition to the precinct, did that make you suspicious?
No.
Let me ask you this. I bet it didn't surprise you that he didn't turn in the exact matching ammunition, did it?
No, I wasn't surprised by that.
Okay. And so what he turned in, and now you have your report there if you need to refresh, but he walks into the precinct, and this is Seth Kenny. And he gives you two different types of shell casings or ammunition, right? He gives you Starline brass. He gives you spent shell casings, right?
Yes.
And those were Starline brass. They weren't live, right? They were spent shell casings, right?
If I can refer to my report to refresh.
He keeps calling it a
I don't
precinct
recall
like it's
any of
New
the
York where
Starline
he's
brass.
from. There's probably one police station in Santa Fe. There's probably not precincts.
Is there a specific item number that you're referring to?
Big city lawyer coming around fucking with us here in our little old town. Come on. You don't want to do that.
I think 215.
Leave the people of Santa Fe alone.
Determine these reports in May.
Yes.
Okay. And he brought you, again, he also gave you live ammunition with nickel primers, but they weren't Starline brass, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he just seems to have, he just missed sort of on what you were looking for, right?
Yes.
Objection to the former question. She doesn't know what Seth Kenny's motives are.
No, I don't. I don't. Would be overruled.
Why are we playing Pictionary? I don't know.
You know that if Seth Kenny provided the live ammunition to the set, that's worse for Seth Kenny, right?
Yes.
I agree. So as members of law enforcement, you all know that the person who provided that would have a motive to not be found, true?
Yes.
So you headed to execute a search warrant at Seth Kenny's prop house, right?
Yes.
And a judge signed off on that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Because you had probable cause to believe that there was live ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
And this was you, and again, Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you, how come you executed the search warrant at night?
I don't recall.
And I wanted to ask you, how come Detective Connor waits outside?
I don't believe that Detective Connor was there the entirety of the search warrant.
So, well, while he was there, do you know why? Do you have any information as to why he didn't come inside?
I do not.
Before you went on the search, you discussed it with Detective Hancock, correct?
Yes.
And just like the truck we talked about, you all had done nothing to secure this prop house while before you got the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury, how long did you wait to execute the search warrant at prop house?
I don't recall.
Well, on direct examination, you knew the date for everyone, don't you remember? You knew. 27 November 30th. Right?
I apologize. I thought you were asking from when it was written to when it was executed.
Oh, no, I apologize. Yeah.
We executed the search warrant on November 30th.
Okay, so that was a month and a week, at least, right, after the incident question.
Yes.
And just like the truck, you're executing a search warrant, and who was there to help you?
Seth Kenny.
And your purpose was to find the matching ammunition, correct?
Our purpose was to locate any .45 caliber live ammunition.
Well, sure, but the ultimate investigation that you all were conducting was to try to solve the open question of how the lethal round got on the movie set, right?
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about this when we talked about the prop cart, how the disorganization of it could lead to commingling, right?
Yes.
How was the organization of the prop house?
Some things were organized and some were not.
Well,
Kenny
did you give us
wasn't
a sense?
charged.
Did you find it to be more organized than the
Kenny
cart?
wasn't
Less
charged
organized?
ultimately, and
I
Hannah,
would
she
say
went
probably
down
about
in
equal.
part due to her role
And
in
you
the
knew,
managing the
did you
ammo.
not, that a dummy round can be turned into a live round, and a live round can be turned into a dummy round, correct?
Yes.
So a person with spent shell casings or dummies, they could reuse them, correct?
Yes.
That would be economically efficient.
Yes.
And you knew, as you enter this search, that some of the ammunition on the set of Rust that definitely came from Seth Kenny, right?
Yes.
He admitted that, right?
Correct.
There were invoices he didn't have much of a choice, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for tools that could be used to manufacture dummies and live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for a green ammo can, correct?
Yes.
You know, the white boxes that we keep looking at are, they look like each other, right?
Correct.
A green ammo can is a more unique item, fair?
Yes.
So why don't you tell the jury why you were looking for a green ammo can?
I don't recall specifically, other than at some point in time it had housed live rounds.
And law enforcement had that information at the time of going to a judge to get the search warrant, and very much at the time that they were executing the warrant, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to belabor the white box conversation too much, but other than, I'm going to find it too, on the white boxes that you found at the set, and at the white boxes that you saw a lot of at Seth Kenny's, there were these initials in the middle of the white box that said JS. Right? I'll just show you A2. Yeah. Right, that you found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And if we look inside of Seth Kenny's prop house, A18, you see very similar font and signage, correct?
Yes.
And as you continue on in your search, you understood Seth Kenny was a person of interest, correct?
Yes.
And this was an important moment in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you even found out that the day before Seth Kenny provided the dummies to Rust, he had in his possession live Starline brass nickel primer.
I gotta ask the question. So
I don't
fucking
recall
what?
it being the day before, having that
So
information
what?
personally.
Well, so let's leave the day before right now. You knew and understood that Seth Kenny had recently been in possession of Starline brass nickel primer live, correct?
I don't know that it was that specific, just that he was in possession of live ammunition in a recent point.
Now,
Is
when you
that
testified on
Baldwin's
examination,
mom, or who
you
the
told the
hell is
jury
that?
about how you found some live ammo at the prop house, right?
Yes.
And how you took that live ammo and sent it to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you sent the live ammo from the set of Rust to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you're not an FBI agent, but what you told the jury was that when you compared the powder from the set of Rust's ammunition to Seth Kenny's live ammunition, they didn't look the same, right?
Correct.
And you testified previously.
I'm with you,
let me just
Binky.
ask you,
I'm with you.
Did you take all of the 45 live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
And did you search every single box inside of Seth Kenny's prop house?
Yes.
And because you did that, according, is this, no, what's that? Did I do something? Oh, just goes to sleep.
Did I do something? Guilty
And
conscience?
because you told this jury now that you found every 45 live ammo there, correct?
Was that
Yes.
Alec's sister?
And then you searched
Okay.
every single box, correct?
Yes.
What you're telling this jury is they can be sure that if there was a live round on there that matched the set of Rust, you would have found it, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at A19. Is that one of the rooms inside the prop house?
Yes.
You see those boxes packed all the way to the ceiling?
Yes.
Do you all have a ladder or anything when you guys were searching?
No.
Okay. So we really didn't search boxes at the top.
I believe they were taken down or at least looked into. It was not just myself searching.
But we talked about it. Connor was outside. It was you and Hancock and Zook, right?
Yes.
Okay. So tell the jury. Did you or did you not search every single one of those boxes?
The entirety of the property. Yes.
What do you mean when you say that you searched the entirety of the property?
I mean, if a box is open and it is clear that there's no ammunition in it, meaning if I open a box and it's all clothing and I look at the bottom of the box and it's all clothing, then we're not going to dump the box out on the floor and continue to shake it until rounds that aren't in there fall out.
I've seen the movie. I've seen movies when cops execute search warrants, they just throw shit everywhere.
There were a multitude of boxes.
So
I've seen
are
movies.
you telling this jury that you're on your oath that you search every single box in this room? That's just all I want to know.
Not me personally. Our team reasonably searched the warehouse.
Okay, and I think we're getting closer to When you say reasonably searched, what do you mean by that?
I mean,
Which
how would
person
you
don't
approach
like
searching
Rocco?
this kind of area?
Well, I can tell you that I know the
Getting a little argumentative.
Well, why don't you tell me that? What's a grid search?
A grid search is usually conducted outside, where you would reasonably set up in a way that you could grid an area and then search each section on that grid.
Okay, and why don't you tell me what would have been if you wanted to be searched or the best way to search this room if you had unlimited resources?
I believe that when we searched this room, we divided the room in order for it to be searched. Meaning, myself took one section, Sergeant Zook took another section, Detective Hancock took another section.
Guys, come on, let's pay attention to the movie, please. I know it
I
sucks.
do not recall exactly how the room was searched.
Okay, and then let's say you open up a box with ammunition. How would you search an individual box?
It would depend on the box.
So tell me.
If we open a box and it's all 38s, we're not looking for 38s at that time, we're looking for 45s.
Okay. And so if you opened the box and it was commingled rounds, how would you do it?
We would have to go through those rounds individually.
Right, and there were boxes like that here, right?
There were a few, yes.
Okay. And how many rooms were there inside of this location that had lots of boxes in them?
There was the back room that we see here. There was a front room that didn't have many boxes, and then a side room that had nicely organized boxes.
And what about the bathroom? Were there boxes in the ammunition bathroom?
There were boxes in the bathroom, yes.
So 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
3 of you, 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
820. What are we looking at here? Investigator Powell.
This was a table that was located in the side room.
Okay. And what do you notice? I don't know whether that was there. What do you notice on this? It's probably because of me. What do you notice on this table of?
The table's messy
What's on
as
the table?
fuck. That's what I know.
There were plastic bags, tools, cleaning products, tape.
Okay. And as we talked about before, the search warrant told you to look for tools, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective Hancock spent some time in this room during the search, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you know what all these tools are? Familiarity with these tools?
I'm not.
Okay. You don't know what they can be done. You don't know how they can be used with either firearms or ammunition, do you?
No.
Okay. So tell the members of the jury which of these tools you seized.
We did not take any tools from the warehouse.
When you were searching this area, did you have a schematic or a floor plan?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go one room at a time, or did you split up?
I don't recall.
Was there a predetermined plan of how to search this and to confirm that there were no further live bullets?
The predetermined plan was that I went in myself first and did overall photographs of everything in place, and then we conducted the search.
Did you do those letters like we saw in the prop truck so you could keep track of everything? Remember when we were looking in the church that there were those letters up so you could sort of keep track and make sure you got everything? Did you use those letters?
No, I did not.
And of course, Seth Kenny was there being helpful again, right?
Yes.
He told you that there were no 45 long Colts there and offered to show you the dummy rounds at one point. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember him saying, I bet you $1,000 there's no 45 long Colts in there?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And did he win the bet?
He did not.
He lost the bet. So he tells you that, you look in the bathroom and you found it, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you something. At any point, did you become suspicious of Seth Kenny?
No.
A21. You were able to find this container that says live ammo on it, right?
Yes.
And that was helpful to whoever wrote that to show you where the live ammo was, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's one of the reasons you looked in that bin. Somebody labeled it live, right?
Well, we were looking at all of those bins, yes.
Every single.
I believe there was camera equipment stacked on top of it.
Right,
And when they're opened and you see that it's camera equipment, we close it back up and went to the box on the bottom that stated there was live ammo in.
Doesn't this handwriting and label look kind of like that dummy round label we saw on the box that had that round? You know what that states 19?
Yes, it is similar, yes.
And that box that had the live rounds in it, there were a couple things that you found at PDQ.
Your photo.
This handwriting's getting worse. Right? At PDQ, you found, and that's the prop house. That's the name of the prop house, right?
Yes.
Okay. You found, bless you, Starline Brass Live, no nickel, and you found Starline. You found nickel primer lives for Starline Brass, right?
Correct.
Every time you were with Seth Kenny, you got close to finding something that matched the scene, Starline Brass, nickel primer live. But it was it?
Yes.
And as you continued on your journey, you found the green ammo can, right?
Yes.
And again, it was helpfully labeled, right?
Yes, I believe it was behind that box. you weren't able to obviously see it.
I see. But it also had a helpful label on it, didn't it?
Yes.
It's empty. Right?
Yes.
And it looks a lot like the handwriting in states 19, and the helpful handwriting in 821 that says what? Right? And it was taking a long time to go through this box.
Yes.
And Detective Hancock was wearing part of the public camera.
I believe so.
Have you reviewed that camera?
I have not.
You remember you and you said to Detective Hancock, this is taking a long time, we really need to solve it.
Objection relevance?
What's relevant? Does it have any more tendency to? I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay, good.
Detective Hancock started moving around, it was going to take too long to search every box.
I don't recall that.
Do you deny it?
No.
The whole whiteboard thing is pulling the hell out of
where
me.
you pick up a box and you just shake the whole box, right?
I don't recall that.
Can we play that video?
Is he refreshing or is he bleaching?
It doesn't matter, it's just a video, it's not statement.
It does matter.
It does matter.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you deny, in parts of your search, just picking up a box and shaking it to see if it shook? You deny?
No.
And so, but if you shook the entire box to see if it had a rattle in it, you wouldn't be able to be sure whether or not every single round, it was all live rounds, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that's the entire basis of the case of.
You missed everything, Megan. Lots of pictures.
Right?
Yes.
And yet, at the search being conducted to find the source of the legal round, law enforcement is doing the very same thing that you're complaining about here, right? And when you left that search, you are not, as you sit here, sure you got every live round, are you?
No.
And actually, if you look at the boxes inside
So
of that
what?
location, you didn't even search half of them. Did you?
I don't recall.
So then why on direct examination do you not recall? The prosecutor asked you, and you tell this jury that you were confirming that you searched and found every single live round. Why did you testify?
I found what I believe to be all the live rounds at the warehouse.
But that's not what you said. What you said was,
I believe I found everything, but I don't know if I
I don't
did.
recall the exact words I stated.
well, you certainly said that you searched every single box just 10 minutes ago in front of this jury, right?
I believe that a reasonable search was conducted of the warehouse.
And as far as I understand, you were prepped before you testified today, correct?
I spoke with the prosecution before I testified yesterday.
Okay. And the jury heard something about pre-trial interviews, where you're interviewed and the defense can be there watching you interviewed, right?
Yes.
But every time you talk to the prosecutors, the defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the vast majority of the time you speak to the prosecutors, the defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you and I had never met before today, or yesterday, I guess, correct?
Yes.
So, you just said, when you originally said that you searched every box, okay, that itself is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now what you're saying is that you did a reasonable search, correct?
Yes.
And the other thing that the search warrant asked you to take was the cameras and the camera equipment, the surveillance footage from PDQ, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'm going to pass up the warrant to refresh your recollection. Well, do you recall that there was camera equipment there?
There was lots of camera equipment inside the warehouse.
In fact, you remember Seth Kenny showed you the camera equipment, right?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, I'm just going to mark this as defense C and just approaches equipment.
Why is he even making this diagram? Where is he going with this? Stupid diagram.
Does that refresh your recollection about the?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm going to pass you the warrant and ask you, this is DX23, if this refreshes your recollection of if you were supposed to. What? Yes, DX23.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I need to know.
It's just refresh. If I can make it DX.
So, why are we marking?
Yeah, why are we marking it?
Then I will mark it.
Yes.
Okay. Not seeking to introduce this. I'm just simply asking, does this refresh your recollection that the warrant commanded you to take the video footage?
First of all, that makes sense. You have to have something really clean on it.
Number 6.
I would wear
Of surveillance footage, yes.
Okay. And so, you tell the jury, did you take the surveillance footage?
No.
You didn't take the surveillance footage, even though that footage could have shown when people came and left the house, correct?
I don't recall if there was surveillance footage.
And the photograph of Mr. Kenny showing the surveillance footage?
No, because I'm standing in the foreground of that photo.
Okay, well, tell the members of the jury what you did to search for surveillance videos that satisfied you that you would comply with the warrant's order. Tell the jury.
I don't recall looking at surveillance footage.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And because you did, right?
I don't recall.
But if you did, it would be on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Sub, right?
Yes.
And so if it's not on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Sub, you would agree we didn't have it, right?
Not precisely. They don't follow me around the entire time, and I don't wear a lapel, so it could have not been captured.
But you're not telling this jury that you looked for it, right?
I'm saying that I don't recall looking for it.
And if you had taken that footage, if any there were, right, you agree with me that it would have shown when people were coming and going from the pop house, potentially, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
It's a possibility you could have seen when the ammo cam got there, right?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Sarah Zachary picking up the ammunition, correct?
Possibly.
You could have seen Kenny disposing of ammunition in the 40 days between when the incident happened and when you arrived, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And there's one other thing that it would have shown, isn't it? Well, it would have shown whether or not you all really searched the place, wouldn't it?
Possibly, yes.
And so you didn't take it. You did not voucher any of the surveillance footage.
I do not recall looking for the surveillance footage.
Well, again, I know that answer, but you know what you voucher is, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You didn't take into your custody and add to the evidence any surveillance footage, correct? And you never spoke to any witnesses, you yourself, about what you found at PDQ later, did you?
No.
And you testified on direct examination that you did collect DNA, phones, prints, things like that in this case, right?
Yes.
And you got the armorer, the first assistant director, Dave Holmes, Sarah Zachary, and Alec Baldwin's phones, right?
I did not. I don't believe so.
You ultimately vouchered?
I would have to refer my report. I don't believe I collected all of these.
Okay. What about DNA extractions?
I did collect DNA swabs from certain individuals, yes.
Okay. Including Hannah Gutierrez Reed, Dave Holmes, Sarah Zachary?
Not Alec Baldwin for the rest.
Okay. And what about prints? Fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. From Hannah Gutierrez Reed, Dave Holmes, Sarah Zachary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the cell phone a second?
I don't believe so. No.
Did you take the prints a second?
No.
Did you take the DNA a second?
No.
Everything that you did take into your custody, law enforcement's custody in this case, is in your supplemental report. Is that fair?
Yes.
And most importantly of all, it's your testimony you never were able to discover the source of the live ammunition, correct?
I don't believe that's in my supplemental report. I'm not sure how you're phrasing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I'm asking you. When we started, we were talking about solving this question of how a live round got a movie set. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you. Trying to solve that question, did you ever solve it?
I do not have any physical evidence to show that the live rounds were purchased.
This is all totally irrelevant to the charges.
About how come the search happened.
It's starting to annoy me.
Do you remember?
I don't recall.
And by a little bit, I mean a lot.
I don't recall.
Isn't the truth that you're just trying to get this over with so that the prosecutors could focus on Alec Baldwin?
No.
You personally believe Alec Baldwin committed that crime? Is that true?
Don't do that. I'm going to start that question, okay? I'm going to start the question, you're going to disregard it, okay, and the answer.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin brought the live round on set, correct?
It doesn't matter if Alec Baldwin brought it. And I am so with the prosecutors, like, please, will you approach your honor? Please, will you just tell him to shut the F up?
Correct. There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin loaded that live round there, that gun, right?
Correct.
And after this, and you turn to the next chapter of this case, is when the order came from you all, meaning you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, to order the testing on the firearm, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Wasn't a good question. As this case moved forward, after what we just discussed, you, Detective Hancock, the prosecutor, made the request to the FBI to order the accidental discharge test, right?
I don't recall when that request was made exactly.
Well, forget exactly when it was made. Do you have any general recollection?
I don't.
Okay. Are you testifying that you don't know whether it was after the PDQ search?
I don't recall.
Okay. And at that time, when that test was ordered, you knew that Mr. Baldwin had told you that he had just pulled the hammer of the gun and not the trigger, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to refresh your recollection. And while I'm doing that, you did assist in the taking of the firearm withdrawal. You were involved in the request coming from the team, right? I'm referring to you, the prosecution technical, right? You understand when I say team, what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. You were involved in the request from the team to the FBI about what test to order drugs. Is that true?
Yes.
And these were very much group decisions.
One of the big things that they do though is put you at 500 hours.
And what you would test.
Yes.
And everywhere in this case that you're in, right?
Yes.
So you were at the church the day that it happened, was there, right?
Yes.
And then, when you were at the truck search, she was there, right?
Yes.
In the precinct with Seth Kennedy, she was there, right?
Yes.
At the PDQ search, she was there, right?
Yes.
And every time something happened in this case, you all would meet with the prosecution.
Occasionally, yes.
What do you say occasionally? And that's the problem. What do you mean occasionally?
I mean that I was not always in direct contact with them about every single thing that would occur.
90 days.
When you approach and show the witness.
So what? I should be updating the prosecutors.
Again, it's
After 90 days, I still have 1 point.
What are you doing? Asking her to refresh?
she was there, let's give her a refresh circle.
They don't drop off for any reason.
I understand that, but you're here to do your best, right?
Yes.
And you want to be fair to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
So you don't know that if I show you the video of you seeing it, what professional.
All right, they're approaching. We might catch up here. All right, we are caught up. We are live.
I don't recall stating that.
We are now 100% live.
You and the team end up ordering the accidental discharge test. I think you call it the drop test on the firearm question, right?
Yes.
And when you all ordered that test, the FBI told you that this test may very well be straight up, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, let's, I can't put anything on my screen. I'm going to show you your email in a minute. But you do agree with me that you were involved in the team's decision to send that firearm off to the FBI for the test, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That firearm that you told me earlier in my examination was something that you were entrusted to keep track of and to protect, right?
Yes.
A piece of evidence that you know is critical in this case, correct?
Yes.
And the FBI told you in no uncertain terms that if they do this test on the firearm, it would alter the condition of the firearm, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. I'm going to pass up an email to you because I can't show you on the screen.
Well, yeah, for is for the higher end stuff.
We can show you on the screen.
If you haven't already, make sure you have the right contact.
You can look at it. Just come up here before.
You can't just walk up and show it. Oh no! See, they shouldn't mute the microphone here. If the jury can hear it, we should be able to hear it. And again, a long time ago, me and Misty gave the $10 just because. Thank you so much, Nana. Did I say Nina?
Yes.
Nana.
It does. But you're used to getting on Wednesday, it doesn't come on Wednesday. Don't come. We're going to tell you. It's not up to us. Once we do payroll,
Confused Travolta meme. That's right here.
Apparently, standard banks, it won't be so far anymore. Half my check goes to pay card, half my check goes to
Okay, so they want to introduce this to try to refresh her memory about something. And she's like, what do you think is going to refresh her memory?
Be on the recording for this. Let's just. Just she can read the whole document and see if it refreshes her memory. Okay, move on.
Did you see your address on that email?
Yes, I did.
She can refresh her memory.
Oh, of course, I just wanted to point it out.
They won't know what's possible. All right? But
Yoda's having dreams. Look at that. Yoda's dreaming about something with his little tongue poking out there.
hey, once again,
Yeah, send them cell bucks. Woohoo. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, they don't like each other. That's pretty clear.
I mean, all you have to do is text us that the number of some of the cars are off.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Take it back. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is true, right? You're on this email, correct?
Yes.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I think I've been handed the wrong thing.
She can have my copy.
I think I got handed the wrong thing.
May we approach?
Yes.
All right. They got to work stuff out. She apparently was handed the wrong thing. Joe Bonsall from the Oak Ridge Boys, he died like 3 days ago, though. He doesn't count. We lost the kid from Alf and Shelley Duvall today. Those are the people we lost today. It's not looking good for the defense. I mean, he's just harping on things that don't matter a damn. He's going on far too long. I think he's gone on longer with his cross-examination than she did with direct. And it's about nothing. Kenny wasn't charged with anything. And it doesn't matter where the live rounds came from. But again, he's trying to latch onto something. He has such a small amount of things to work with that it's sad, but I think he's getting to the point where he's putting the jury off, and they don't know what's going on. He's got this chart, which God knows why he's making this stupid tic-tac-toe chart. He hasn't explained what he's doing with this chart yet, or where he's going, or what he's going to show with this chart. They just see him marking X's on the board, and it can't be good. And then he gets objected to all the time, gets called up. The judge is looking at stuff. Shut it down, man. Do not lose
Matt, text me the address you want the hat sent to.
Giving the wrong evidence to the prosecution. The prosecutor.
Sorry for the interruption. I'm going to ask the court reporter to read back the exact same question. Yes.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search. Your microphone on. Oh, I'm so sorry. And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct? Yes.
And that was truthful testimony and accurate testimony that you just gave, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And at the time that you sent it to the FBI for accidental discharge testing, which I believe you discussed on your direct examination, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you did that, you knew that the testing would cause this firearm
Sorry.
Oh, more of this. Spiro, shut it down for God's sake. Salvage what's left of your case. Shut it down. Don't make the jury hate you any more than they do. But also, we see people saying that they're upset with the prosecutor as well. I'm not quite sure why. I like the prosecutor, but
at the time that this testing was ordered, you knew that the firearm would no longer be in the same physical condition you recovered it in, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a break. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break.
That's it.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And please don't come back until 2 o'clock. Okay?
Please don't come back until 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
First leave. Just go away and don't come back. Like an hour and 15 minutes.
All right, we're
So let's go catch
2 o'clock. That's a long.
Did I just cuss at you? I sneezed. Potato salad. All right, let's find. Ooh, Malzahn.
Stupid color that fucking female from California is telling you to fucking wear.
Right in that corner.
Stop shopping at the goddamn Express, man. You're fucking. How old is he, man?
Nice to see you. Well, good luck in there, Aiden.
Find yourself a goddamn war jacket if you don't have one, man. Who is Turtle Boy? Turtle Boy is a Boston blogger, or a blogger from Boston, who started covering the Karen Reed case. And because of that, due to some of the actions that he chose to participate in, led to 14 charges. I think 11 counts of witness intimidation and 3 misdemeanor Elliots.
Misdemeanor
He's
Elliots.
wearing the white suit. He used to go to court back in the good old days in like his stupid Turtle Boy tie and a fucking turtle shirt, you know? You guys remember the good old days? So he's 42? Alright. Well, damn, man, he's doing way better in life than me. Fuck. That makes me all sad now, man. This nigga's got all kind of Karen Reed money and shit. Lexuses. What seems to be like 40 riders that's willing to hold signs for him, I think.
Oh, no.
So is he in trial now?
Chrissy. She just gave us the cold shoulder. She didn't say anything to us.
Did he move it? They move it to the small room? Huh? 17 people allowed in the courtroom. Wow. Wow.
That scally right there is tweaking. Bottom jaw tweaking. What the fuck? Why did she wear that outfit?
Good.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's not good. You don't have to. You're gonna leave anyway.
Why did she show up like that? Did Chitler get out of the rape cage? I think he's supposed to be getting out today at some point, hopefully. He's facing 11 felonies, so Baldwin's. I think he might end up pleading out to time served, as crazy as that sounds. Yo, Pissy Chrissy just went off.
I think they're the ones who were taking pictures in the town hall there.
I work here.
What are you doing?
You need to stay back with that, okay?
What's your name and badge number?
I actually don't have to inform you any of that.
What's your name? I'm not going to get that information.
Well, I just call the police and have them come up and get.
They're not going to get my name either. Name, badge number.
Officer Moss, 13.
13?
Yes, sir.
Look at that. Not out. Because he didn't give me his badge number. Hey.
Oh, I've got to go to a meeting.
No, I'm sure you do.
Thank you.
So here's the deal. What were you going to tell? No, there's no deal. Everybody crying about my camera, but
We're all going to be famous on YouTube.
That's okay. I'm just going to share it with the police when they get here.
they're calling the police for somebody who's just recording in a public building. Are they not trained? Do I have to legally give you my identification?
He doesn't.
You know, I've actually watched your stuff too, so.
Do you?
Yeah.
You know who I am?
Yep.
What's going on, everyone? This is Press NH Now over here today at the town of Raymond, the town office building for our First Amendment audit. Please make sure you go like, share, and subscribe to my channel at Press NH Now. I appreciate all your support. Also, check out my playlist to see some videos you might not have seen in the past. Hit that like button, let all your friends and family know about my activism in and around the United States. Always check your description. All links will be included. Donations are greatly appreciated. They do help me continue my activism in and around the New England area. We're going to get right to it here, guys. Enjoy the video. All right, let's take a tour of the building. Possibly pull some public records, and we'll go from there. Hi, how are you? I was just wondering, what office is this?
This is the assessing.
Assessing.
Yes.
Okay, is it all assessing, or is there other departments in there?
Well, this is all of town hall.
No, I know that.
Oh.
I know that. I didn't know what was.
We do have planning.
Okay.
And finance.
Okay. Cool.
And the town managers on the other end.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey.
Can I ask you what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm taking a tour of the building.
You're taking a tour of the building?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you work here?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you looking at my computer?
I mean, I wasn't. Is there something on there I should look at?
No, but I just don't know what you're doing.
Oh, I'm just taking some pictures.
Of what?
What?
Have you? Why not?
Why? How can
Why?
Why?
I
She's
don't
an
see.
employee at work.
If even more of a reason to do so. Yeah. Incredible. She don't have a problem with it. Do you not like your picture taken?
No.
Why not?
Why would you take my picture?
I don't know. Don't you work here?
Yeah. I'm going to lunch now.
Close your
Okay.
blind, Donna.
Oh, whatever's on the computer, I already got.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
it's deeds, so.
Okay. It's all public record. Yeah.
Who are you?
Who are you?
I'm a photographer.
For whom?
Just myself.
What's
Is
his
that-
name? Yeah. You got a business card?
I don't. I've actually been meaning to get them for like
Okay,
a couple
what's your
years now.
name?
I'm not going to get that information.
Well, I just call the police and have them come up and get.
They're not going to get my name either.
Why not?
Because I don't have to give them to them as much as I.
Badge on.
Yeah.
For
Badge
what?
869.
For what?
It's my business. I'm here quietly taking pictures.
Dana. Dana.
I'm not going in there. I see it says authorized personnel. Relax. What are you guys hiding? I mean, you guys so afraid of a camera?
Your computer screen.
Yep. You shouldn't leave it open then.
Go away.
No, I think I'll stay.
What are you saying?
People will come along.
Huh?
Wow. Interesting.
Oh, isn't this special?
Isn't it? Look at this. Everybody crying about my camera, but
We're all gonna be famous on YouTube. That's okay. I'm just gonna share it with the police when they get here.
okay, that's fine.
Can I take a picture of your badge?
Sure.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm not crying about it and calling the police. Should I call them? Make a false
You
report?
don't have to be rude.
You don't either.
Well, you're taking pictures of somebody's desktop and a
Mm-hmm.
picture of an
100%.
employee.
100%.
That's not right.
And I'm going to FOIA request that, so don't delete it. It's public record now. You understand that?
It's my personal phone.
It doesn't matter. You're in the course of your duties. Understand the laws. Because I do. And the police are going to too.
Okay, I'll share it with the police.
All right, great. Share it with the police. I'll pull their records. I'll pull your records and your salary. And
It's all public information.
I know.
You don't need to worry about pulling anything. Oh, I didn't even have it on.
Look at that. Suspicious person taking pictures. Is that you two? Is that you two taking pictures suspiciously? Video? Same thing.
It's like my son's heading out to Oregon tomorrow.
Yeah, they're right there anyway.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like some
What was your
wildfires
name?
out there.
I'm not giving you.
I need your name. It's public record, and I need to pull that FOIA request off your phone.
I'm giving you my name.
You're going to give me your name by the end of the day. I promise you that.
I'm giving it to you right now.
Well, I'll definitely get it.
Okay.
All right.
Unknown.
One moment.
Direct to us, so we don't have any information.
Was it a panic alarm? Probably hit the panic alarm, huh? Bunch of Karens.
No, I called. Don't you worry.
I'm not worried.
You can show me at the time.
There you go. There they come. Hey, let me get the B-roll. Guys are going to look like shit, I tell you.
You do whatever you gotta
Make sure you tell them I took pictures of your computer. I think these are the two suspicious females taking pictures. I think they're the ones who were taking pictures in the town hall there.
do. I work here, Justin.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing?
So he's in there at Donna's window with his camera running and
Mhm.
taking pictures of her computers.
100%.
Taking pictures of her.
Yep.
Took a picture of me going into the bathroom.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you
No, I didn't. I panned around. And I did not. Don't start. Okay. Don't do that.
1 second.
Are you
So know
recording?
everything is audio and video recording.
Even more cameras. Look at that.
I love it.
Me too.
I don't think you should be up here harassing the staff.
I didn't say a goddamn thing to you guys until you did.
What's your name?
No, I could swear, and it's not even swearing. What's your name and badge number?
I actually don't have to inform you any of that. I will tell you my name is also Lazowski.
You don't have to what?
I don't have to tell you that.
Tell me what?
Not in the state of New Hampshire. But
Tell me
my
what?
name is
Tell me
also-
what?
Why are you talking over me? My
Because-
name is Officer Lazowski.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And your badge number?
I don't have to tell you that.
Oh, dude.
You can record.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You're, there you go.
And
There you go. What's your serial number and badge number?
I don't have to tell you that in the state of New Hampshire.
You have to give me 3 forms of ID. At least 2. Why not? Are you hiding it?
No, I'm not. So here's the deal.
When were you gonna tell? No, there's no deal. When were you gonna tell me you were recording?
I was going to tell you that.
No, you weren't. It's reasonable. Calm the Karens down, will you? Before I do.
You can follow us. You can step to the back of the town hall.
Yeah, go in the bathroom. Who'll follow you with this camera? What's up, man? What's your name and badge number?
Officer Mosto, badge number 13.
13?
Yes, sir.
Look at that. Not Al. Because he didn't give me his badge number. He told me he doesn't have to in the state of New Hampshire.
You have an ID with you, dude?
I'm not going to. Do I have to give that to you?
We can record anywhere.
Do I have to give it to you? Do I have to legally give you my identification?
He doesn't.
Have I committed the crime?
No, I'm just all I
Yeah, you can ask. Can I see your ID?
He's a First Amendment.
Oh, there you go.
And what he's going to do is he's going to record.
Yep.
And it is what it is. Best thing that you can do is ignore him, and you will go.
Unless I have business, right?
I mean, they can have business, yeah.
If I have questions regarding the town and public records, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, that's all I'm here for. But I haven't said anything to any of these Karens until they did. Then they flipped it and called you. Do you have a call number on this?
I don't have one right now.
Do you have an ID number, badge number now?
I still don't have to give it to you.
Really?
Okay.
Why you got to play that game? He's not.
Because you want to play the game too, man.
I am.
So here's the deal.
My rights are a game now?
So we're gonna head out.
Yep,
If
they're
you
gonna
have- you have
they're
business-
dismissed.
You have business with the town.
Yeah.
We're gonna head out now.
Great.
All right. You have a good rest of your day.
You too. You have a card?
I actually don't have any cards on me.
You don't have any cards? You got a card, man?
I don't on me right
No?
now, man. Sorry
All
about
right.
that. Have a good day.
You too. You weren't going to force me to give me my ID, right? If he wasn't here?
No, I just figured I'd ask to see if you would, but I
Yeah,
mean, obviously you don't.
I got a badge. Want to see my badge? My badge number is 869.
That's cool.
Yeah, see? I'm not an asshole like you. Where's Blake? I was kidding. Have a go, man. No ID number, no badge number, huh?
Have a good day.
Why don't you just give it to me? It's up to you. You're dismissed, buddy. Bye. Detail right there and all. Imagine that. Incredible. All right, let's go back inside. Wow. That was quick and painless.
Hi.
Hey.
Oh, I've got to go to a meeting.
Oh, I'm sure you
So
do.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Thanks for the content, Karen.
I don't know.
I don't know. She's spilling my beans now, huh?
I was just sharing your URL.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
We can all go.
Yeah, wait till wait till the phone calls come back in.
We'll accept that, but we're not going to be talked to that way.
Wait till you get the phone calls and emails. They won't stop for 3 years. How you doing?
Good.
I have business. I have a question.
Okay.
That's all. I'm not here to bother you guys, man.
Okay.
I haven't said anything to anybody unless I have business, which I do. Do you have a town manager here?
Yes.
Can I speak to them, please?
Yes. Want to go get?
Like ASAP. Appreciate it. Thank you. You weren't going to close a blind on me, were you?
No, you're just making me very uncomfortable.
You're behind bulletproof glass or whatever glass this is. I'm not here to hurt anybody. I have a camera. That's all. It shoots 60 frames per second, not bullets. It's okay. Why are you guys so afraid of a camera all of a sudden? I don't get it. You guys are public officials and public employees at a public building.
Still, you know, it's
No.
very uncomfortable to have.
Well, then get a private job in a private sector. I don't know what to tell you. There you can't record. Oh,
Hey, Hoya.
town manager?
Yep.
Dude,
Ken
what's going on here, man?
I don't know. I just got here.
You did.
Yeah. You can film all you want.
Look, I appreciate you demeanor. I didn't know who you were talking to them out there, but I respect that. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure you know what's going on here.
I exactly know.
Okay? And I'm not here to rile anybody up. I'm not here to disorder anybody. I want everybody to work, do their job. I'm not here to piss anybody off or make anybody feel uncomfortable, but that's on them.
Yeah.
I do have an issue, though.
What?
Employees out back. Tell the police officer, first of all, I followed her into the bathroom. Okay? Come on, man. That's highly illegal. Okay? Especially with the camera.
Right.
I don't do that. All right? Second thing is, I mean, they're calling the police for somebody who's just recording in a public building. Are they not trained?
Probably.
Probably not.
Probably not. Right.
Okay. Are you willing to do that?
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Now, how do you know? I mean, obviously you're a town manager, so you have some experience. I mean, you obviously know that we're allowed to record in here.
Absolutely. You can record anything that you can see.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can record.
I know.
No problem. I don't have a problem with that.
No. I appreciate that. I just don't see why they don't.
Well, you know, not everyone knows the law. So.
And I have another issue. So one of the ladies back there did not want to identify. Okay. The reason why I need her to identify, actually two of them, because they took pictures of me, which is fine. Okay. And they were recording, and I need to do those public records requests on those.
Okay.
They're in the course of their duties. It's within the laws and the 91A request.
Yeah.
So I need their information.
You can file 91A requests.
I can't because I don't know their information. So
file 91A request
with you.
Yep.
I can do that. Okay.
Yep. And I'll actually.
Do you have a business card?
I'll take care of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So what I'll do is, I'll send you an email with the 91A. I'm going to request the video or pictures that they took them in.
Okay.
I'm also going to pull their salary and their positions.
Fine.
And I do
It's
highly.
actually in the town report if you just want to look at it. So.
That's fine. I can do that. I'm just going to do the whole 91A thing, and then you guys can do the records request.
Gotcha.
I know you guys have 5 days to respond. That's all I ask. 5 business days. If I can get it before that, great. If not, it's fine. How long you been in town here?
6 months.
6 months. Where'd you come from?
The town of Northfield.
Northfield. Really?
Yeah.
Town manager over there?
Town administrator.
Okay. Same difference, right?
Yep, kind of.
Well, no, you're elected.
No. I'm covered under the RSAs.
That's true. That's true. Yep, that's the difference. Okay. Ken?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So how are you aware of that we're allowed to do this? I mean, just
experience.
Experience with us? People like me? Or?
No.
Okay.
I've actually watched your stuff too. So.
Do you?
Yeah.
You know who I am?
Yep.
Who am I?
I don't know. You were in Charlestown, right?
I was in Charlestown, New Hampshire.
Yep.
You know about Charlestown,
Saw that
huh?
one, yeah.
Saw that one. There's like 26 videos of them. They made a new playlist for themselves. Okay. All right.
So you're welcome to walk around. Feel
Yeah.
free if you can.
So this is the only floor, right?
That's it.
Okay. No upstairs, no downstairs.
Library's there.
Yeah. I can see if they have the Constitution in there, but maybe I can rent it out and give it to you guys. You know, I don't know.
I'll take care of that.
No, I appreciate
A lot
yeah.
of times they see someone on the camera and they get a little nervous.
And that's the thing, right? I didn't say anything to anybody. I was just recording, right? And if I have any official, actual business, I'll go up to the window and I'll talk to them.
Yep.
I didn't even get to that point. And then, they came out. They were like, what are you doing? I just didn't want to pretty much answer. I just told them I was just taking pictures and doing a tour of the building. And literally, that's all I was doing. So you're probably busy. I'll send you pictures of the 2 young ladies just so you can identify them, do the record request, and then I'll wait for a response.
Okay.
All right, man. Thank you. It's nice meeting you.
Same here.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. So that's going to be it over here today in the town of Raymond for our First Amendment audit. It didn't go so well here in the office. The assessor's office kind of flipped their lid and told me I couldn't record. They felt uncomfortable, the whole 9 yards, and started taking pictures of me and video, and I told them I was going to FOIA request them, so don't delete them, obviously. Just a completely failed audit, besides the town manager. The police department ended up getting called, obviously, for a suspicious person taking pictures off, like the 2 women were actually the suspicious persons of interest, but that didn't really work out. One of the officers didn't want to give me his ID number, and then obviously the other officer ended up identifying himself with both forms of identification, name and badge number, so kudos to him. It's not that hard to do. But I think that's going to be it over here today. I appreciate all your support. Please make sure you go like, share, and subscribe to my channel at Press NH Now. Also, check out my playlist to see some videos you might not have seen in the past. Hit that like button. Let all your friends and family know about my activism in and around the New England states. Always check the description. All links will be included. Donations are greatly appreciated. They do help me continue my activism in and around the New England area. We're going to end it off here until the next one. Press NH Now. Peace.
All right. Sorry, guys. Doing 20 things at once here. You have Al Sharpton's autograph? I won't comment.
Oh, lady boy. Lady boy.
Paperwork, I think Fredo said earlier. What do you mean, paperwork? You don't like Turtle Boy? Yeah, if that's the case, then it might be funny to you. I get how you think it's funny now. Yeah, if you don't like him, yeah. I'm pretty impartial. I don't really care. You know what I mean? Like, it takes a lot of energy for me to.
Tunaenda mdogo mdogo hivi hata haijafika. Kama aliogopa. Hizi magari zinaenda. Hizi zinaenda. Zikikuwa mbele yako kuipata. Lakini ile nini, ile mashini inamfikia mbio sana. Mbia jamaa alifuata kwa V8. Aliniambia weka kando kwanza. Fungua kwanza nione. Aliniambia wewe ni mnyama, shika hii 500 enda ukule. V8. Haifiki aliti. So actually we can name the type of cars over here. Which brand is this? Toyota Harrier. That one? This one? Nissan. Example to 2010 model. Okay. This 12.5, actually this car, this 12.5 is very comfortable inside. This one, very executive, Oh. 12.5. The most comfort, it has the most comfort, the comfortability. Top notch. Okay. Very comfortable. Okay. So we are in Mulolongo. We are in Mulolongo. This is Mulolongo. As you can see, this is what our last president left us with. Yeah, the legacy. The legacy. Yeah. And the Chinese actually collect the money. Yeah. Collect the money of this road. We call it it's a toll road. Toll. Oh yeah. All right. Saka mukekana. Lipa na pesa. Kama uko na pesa. Saka mukekana ndio kahola. Saka mukekana ndio kahola. Oh, we are in Mulolongo. We are in Mulolongo, and this side that's STR. So we are heading to town. I don't know why it's not that much clear, but I can show you. Do you know there is a time I was passing inside there? Yeah. Then I saw there is a guy. You know, there are people who pay in advance. Yeah? Who pay in advance? Both with the ETC and the MTC. Yeah, you know that. So those people pay like they pay when they come. Yeah. The system reads the number plate. Oh. Then it opens automatic. So you just pay and your money is inside. Huh? Yeah. So when I was looking at it, I saw this guy. This guy had paid like $3,000. That was the balance. Because whenever you pass that system, how much does it deduct? It deducts like if you're going to the final destination, which is in Westlands, it deducts like 5. You see, so 300,000 together you have 299. But you know those guys actually work for the government, so the government pays. It's not them, no, the government. Not even the government. Yeah. It's like even a small guy who is doing forex or something like. So he just pays and doesn't want to get all this jam so he comes and then then it opens. That's the number is open, then the vehicle goes. Now we are in Syokimau. Actually, inside here, come and do a video inside here. That's very nice. Oh, by the way, look at this one of the places where the rich hides. Here, inside there. Inside here, and the deeper inside of Syokimau, down there. Yeah. You will see what that's where the rich hides. Oh. Yeah. Because I can see when this building. You buy. You don't rent. No renting. No renting. You buy like a 2-bedroom. Like,
In the back, I'll go get it.
can probably kill this after. If there's any. Okay. That's about it. I'm going to kill the stream. Hey, Matt, send me your address so I can send you this hat. Trucker hat. Coffee brand coffee trucker hat. Drop the link whenever it starts, Matt. I'll still, either way, I'll probably see it. All right, y'all. Long stream today. Nothing to use in time. Love you guys. Let's play the outro song. Peace.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame.